racing. Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series.
Hammer down, it's hammer time.
It's going to be very, very tight.
Nein, but they Dutch. Daneben setzen, geht der Flammer daneben, das macht dann. Vorne wird das Auto leicht. Kleines Kausel, doch mal reintauchen. Fährt der da in den Diffusor ran? Dann springen die Autos wieder raus, schön zu sehen.
Here's the muscle from Munich. What a drive.
Sehr, sehr spannendes Rennen.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the Nürburgring once again in 2026. The Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series is back underway for the second half of our season after 2 rounds at the back end of 2025. 2 more races of 3 hours over the next 2 weekends will decide our 4 champions in our 4 classes here at the DNLS this season. I'm Ewan O'Leary alongside Sumal Arora for this round of the championship, round 3 of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series. Here this season. Good to be back alongside you, Sumo. Another 3-hour race for us here this afternoon to look forward to. And we were just before we came on air here for the English stream, watching some highlights from the previous race. What a great race all the way through. Some great finishes in there as well, and a lot to look forward to in the second half of this season.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Ewan. And there's no better way to spend a weekend than watching some racing at the Nürburgring. Only one thing can make it better, and that's driving it. And so many people are going to be lucky enough to be able to drive and compete. It's, by the way, the first race of our entire season, of the new year in this season. So for 2026, it's a fresh new start, a new year for everyone, and a new opportunity even to get back in the season if the start has not quite been as good for you.
Well, yeah, exactly. If in terms of winning the championship, that might make it a little bit difficult, but you can definitely get a race result, and that is prestigious in itself in the DNLS. Over the course of the season so far, we've got 2 classes where the race winner from both of these races so far was the same in the M2 class, the BMW M2 class, and also in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring. Although at DNLS 2, it was very, very close in that battle for the win right towards the very end. In the other classes, SB9, we've seen a race 1 victory for Falcon Sim Racing, and in race 2, it was BS Competition in the number 1 car trying to defend their title, who won the second round of the championship. They're now 5 points apart in that championship as a result. And in SB10, as we go through the championship points here, we've also got a split race winners. But here are the official standings in SB9. It is Falcon Sim Racing SB9 leading the way because their other race result, other than the one they won, was better than that of BS Competitions, because BS finished 4th in the first race. Falcon finished 2nd in the second race, so they've got a few more points to their name. Muller Racing Team are in 3rd place, having got a 2nd place in the first round, a 3rd place in that first round for Nürburgring Esports, and they're in 4th position at the moment. A podium for HRT Esports by Coanda in DNLS 2 gets them to 5th in front of Chesney Esport, the first team to have not finished on the top 3 for any of our races so far. Manfield team by WWR and Line GP round out the top 8 in these standings, but it is so wide open in SB9. Officially, any of the top 4 could be the championship leader by the end of the day, and that is a sign that this championship is very, very close and wide open, really, heading into the next rounds.
Absolutely. And you've got to say pole position currently belongs to Falcon Sim Racing in this quest to become champion. They've done everything correct. Winning the first race, and what a battle it was at DNLS 1. And then coming back to claim 2nd. That's not a bad start for them, and BS Competition are in this mix. For these other teams, your Sim RCs, your Smiller Esports, your Scherer Esports, and all the others in this list as well. Today is about consolidating the season. It's going to be very tough to be able to go ahead and get a win, but it's all about getting a good result. Can you find yourself up in the top 10 in what is a very, very long race just by staying in it? There's so much you can win.
Indeed, those teams who've got 2 points, by the way, just the ones who have been in the races, because you do get a point for at least finishing. In the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring, EMM Esports are leading the way by 12 points. They have 32 to their name. It is 2 wins, effectively, that's got them to that position there in front of Coanda Esports, who are in 2nd. Frozen Speed by Grid & Go were very close to that race victory in DNLS 2, but they are 3rd. Then you've got to the other EMM Esports team, then pole promotion esports, who actually didn't finish DNLS 2. They were on the podium, though, in the first round of their fifth, ahead of Coanda Esports 917. And Carlisle Esports Cup are leading in the AM class. They're in 7th position at the moment overall, but leading the AM class with 6 points. Torrey Sports just in behind them. And on the second screen, we'll see a few more of those who are in the AM class searching for points, really. It is going to be about finishing in that top 8 as far as the AM class is concerned, because effectively they're not meant to be there. If everybody finishes to pace and if everybody finishes as they should on paper, then AM drivers and teams shouldn't be getting on the podium. But Carlisle Esports have managed it, or at least in the top 8. They were 7th in DNLS 2, but they were in 5th place, top 5 in DNLS 1, which has gotten them up to that very lofty position indeed. SimRC are leading the way in the SP10 category, just in front of Williams Sim Racing, or F1 Team Gaming, as they're called here. 1 point only separating between those two, and Falcon Sim Racing a little bit further back. I wonder whether we are starting to see the first signs of a 2-horse race here in SP10, or whether some other teams can get involved, because so far those top 2 teams have shared the wins, and when they haven't been winning, they've been in 2nd place, runner up to the other. So I wonder if it is a 2-horse race from here on in for those guys.
Yeah, seriously. And one wishes for more competition in this category. There's a lot of hope on Falcon Sim Racing, on Lion GP in this mix. The Nürburgring esports team, Eiffel Racing as well, traditionally have been very strong competitors in the DNLS. So here's to hoping that they are also able to pull out something big. Because, man, we don't want to see just 2 teams dominate. But if they are dominating, can the races be fun? And that certainly has been the case with SimRC and with Williams Sim Racing. It'll be interesting to see how big the pack is today in SP10 together. And then the final category of the lot, we have the most entertaining ones for sure on their day, the BMW M2 competition cars. And with that, BS competition have completely been sweeping everything up. 2 wins in a row for them in the first couple of races. Scherer Esport got close. They got 2nd place in the first round. But then again, settling back to 3rd in the last one. And again, similar story, you, and a couple of teams doing really well and the others badly playing catch-up.
Yeah, they certainly are. Although with 2 victories so far, you'd expect VS competition to be quite a long way out front. But it's the fact that the 2nd places and the other podiums have been split apart, really. Scherer Esport, the only other team to be on the podium on both occasions. Nürburgring Esports finished 2nd at DNLS 2 and 3rd place at DNLS 1 were Wolf's Motorsport. So they're in 4th place at the moment, tied at the moment with Somali Esports Red, actually, who haven't been on the podium yet. And then there's an even bigger gap back to Thomas Enger Sim Racing, Benari Racing, Racing Land 77. The list goes on down the field. But yeah, you make a good point. I mean, these BMW M2s have been very entertaining so far. Hoping for a more entertaining race with them here today as well, because my hope was that they'd stay close throughout the race and it wouldn't be a runaway category. But at the moment, BS competition have certainly shown that. But we'll see what we can get here today from the 3rd round of the season when we get underway in about half an hour's time or so. In between times, we'll be joining qualifying for this round of the championship. 34 of our cars have already qualified. I believe we're waiting just for one more car to get to the line, and it's pretty much it for the bottom 3 classes, if you like. A few teams not actually qualifying down the bottom there, but SP9 qualifying will be underway very, very shortly. It's always very exciting, and I feel always maybe a bit more important than we give it credit for, because it's not easy to make it. You know, it's not difficult to pass around here, but it's difficult to make up a lot of positions in a short period of time. And that means that qualifying is relatively important, just to get that little bit of track position before we properly get underway.
Yeah, you're right about that. It's so important to be in a good position in the first couple of laps. If you get caught up in the mid-pack, my word, things get so dramatic here in these races. And we saw that. We've seen that in the last couple of rounds too. If you're stuck in the mid-pack of any grid, it just doesn't have to be the SP9. There could be trouble waiting for you because so many people want to go 3 or 4 wide. So you want to make sure you're up ahead at the top positions. And in the SP9, if you folks are just joining us in the DNLS for the very first time, both the real world driver both qualifies and starts the race. So this is going to be a very interesting session where we also get to see what the real world drivers actually look like today in the SP9 class. And man, we have got some fun drivers. Ryan Barneville, I see in this list as well.
Yeah, we've got some real top class drivers. Let's go through the starting grid though for the other categories who've already qualified. Luca Alpert's time in the EMM Esports 9:05 is good enough for pole there. Similius Racing are alongside. What a great performance that is from them. Second place in the qualifying session is a very, very good performance indeed. Second row for Dory Sports and Frozen Speed by Grin and Go, who've got a decent chance from fourth place to try and go one better than they did in DNLS 2. It is Coanda Esports and Share Esport Cup 1 who are on the third row. That's the second of the AMs there. In sixth place, EMM Esports 914. And next set of Carlar Esports, who round off row 4 there. But it's close, especially between the top 3 or 4. It's very, very close for this length of lap time. But what about that for a surprise? Similius Racing, getting half a tenth of a second away from pole position, and they're in the AM class. That could be massive because the AM class teams do not score very many points regularly. If you finish second, you get 11. That could almost be championship winning sort of total with this long to go in the season. We'll see, but that's a great start for them.
What a performance it's been for them so far. The best result for them this season in a race was P6. So to come and qualify second as an AM team is a big, big performance. Interesting to see what happens to Coanda 918. They've been on the quest for victory a couple of times, and both times have been on the podium, but have not quite converted it into a race win. And Frozen Speed by GNG, the number 901 car, watch out for them from P4. They were second last time out. Just hoping that they can challenge even higher. Team Nitro in P10, Share Esport Cup in P10 following them. Coanda Esports 197 in number 11 with Avia WNSE Motorsport in P12. Fosatec by WMS in P13 and GHD Motorsport running off in P14 for the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy.
In SP10, it's SimRC who've taken pole position this time around. They are alongside Falcon Sim Racing, and that's a pretty big gap, 1.2 seconds between 1 and 2. Line GP, and next set of Williams F1 Team Gaming. That is first and second in the championship, first and fourth in this qualifying session, and Williams might be disappointed with that. The DNLS 2 winners. Eiffel Racing are fifth ahead of Nürburgring Esports with AC Oberhausen seventh alongside M&J Downforce on row 4 there. Just to round off the rest of the field there, waved in the 162 is the last of the SP10s. FSRC Commerce Esport and TSR Racing did not qualify down the back end of SP10. That's big though for Williams, I feel. Nearly 2 seconds behind their big championship rivals, SimRC. And if you think, in this championship, it feels like if they don't win, then at the very least, they have to be in second. And even that's going to be a big battle for them here today.
Yeah, it's going to be chaotic for them. If there's one thing that's really helpful, it's the fact that you can follow along. And if you're in a good pack, you can catch up to other teams at the top. And Williams will be trying strategies like that. They will need a big start to be able to get somewhere close to SimRC at the start of this race. That's the aim for them. They cannot afford any major mistakes, and they've got quite a few strong teams along with them. But at the end of this grid, in this 9-car field that we've got Waved Esports and number 162 making it a 9-car grid. But then we come to the M2 competitions where Share Esport have taken pole position.
Yep, they have. And it's 3/10 of a second this time around. BS Competition down in third. Wolf Motorsport are alongside Scherer in that front row. BS in third place, I'll say. Nürburgring Esports round out those who are within a second of pole with fourth position. Similarly, Esports Green are in fifth out of Fanari Racing. Racing Lounge 77 and similarly, Esports Red will share row 4. Further behind them, Adopt Don't Shop are in ninth ahead of Endurico Racing and Thomas Enger Sim Racing, who round out the 11 M2s. As a surprise, perhaps, BS Plus Competition have been dominant so far this season, but third place, nearly 40 points behind Sherry Sport. I must say, I was expecting a little bit more from in the M2, so good that they're finally showing it, and they do need to as well. BS Competition would win this title, even with 2 second places from here on in. They already know that what they have to do to close out the title in the next 2 weeks, but they've qualified third here, and a bit of an opening, a bit of an opportunity for some of the others.
Absolutely. And this includes Wolf Motorsport too. They've been on the podium one time this season at the start of this year at DNLS 1. Good time for them to come good as well and qualify ahead of the best team in the season so far, which has been BS competition. Even Nürburgring Esports number 285, strong opportunity for them too. But that's all the other classes. Now the circuit will shake from the rumble and the grunt of the SP9 cars in this qualifying session. Yeah, this is the one that you wait for the entire weekend, just to hear the cars in all their glory and for the real world drivers to push them to its absolute limits.
And there they go, indeed, with 15 minutes to go. This is always an exciting session in SP9. You might think that qualifying not so important in a 3-hour race, but as we mentioned, that track position could be very, very crucial indeed. Look at this. Battling almost coming out of the pit lane for the first time there. It was the Scherer Esport Mustang that was out first, but didn't really seem like it wanted to be leading the pack around. SimRC, though, are absolutely fine with that. Alex Moore, that is, in the number 13, is on his way leading the pack around, and inevitably they get their first decision coming up right in a moment. Do they go right round to a full out lap on the Nordschleife, or do they take their first lap and therefore only get one lap, or do they take their first lap from the Grand Prix circuit so that they've at least got 2 laps to get a time on the board?
And it's a decision you've got to make nice and early. Yeah, for these drivers, it's going to be a big challenge to be able to complete a full lap, because it's a Nordschleife. Yes, they are real world drivers. Yes, you have a whole heap of experience leading up to races like this and a load of simulator time, but nonetheless, let's not forget, you're dealing with the Nordschleife, and even the slightest of mistakes or small errors there, and you could lose a whole chunk of time, which you don't exactly have because of qualifying being so short, only 15 minutes. So effectively, you have the opportunity to put in 2 really solid laps. That's if you go back to back. If you want to warm up your tires and go for the full length of the circuit, that leaves you with only 1 flying lap, which is, again, the risky approach, but perhaps the one with a bigger upside.
I must say I prefer the going through the Grand Prix circuit first and then doing a whole lap, just to make sure you've got one on the board, really. But not everybody is doing that. Some are going to go for the full out lap first before they set their time. Some of the teams haven't even left the pit lane yet, as far as I can see. Stint 1, KRS Motorsport, Line GP, BS Competition, indeed. The number 1 has not left yet either. Phil Denez is going to be driving there. I mean, I know he has to qualify here, but I do feel sorry for him. It's currently, as long as he's in California, where he normally is, it's currently 3:30 in the morning, which is very, very early indeed. And if he will have been doing a bit of practice before this event, then he'll have had to be awake even earlier. Or maybe he's just staying up late tonight and he's going to stay awake until the morning. But there you go. Anyway, on they go onto this opening lap. And I believe these are a couple of drivers who decided to go round first time round. I know they're slowing down as well on a bit of an outlap through the Grand Prix circuit. You do have a little bit of time to get yourself sorted here with 15 minutes. It's an 8-minute lap, but you don't have to fire out there immediately. And finding a bit of track space is very, very important because it's a long lap and you don't want to catch up to anybody while you're out on your lap.
Yeah, you would appreciate someone being slow when you're at the Dottinger Hoa, but not otherwise. No, you would really want a clean run throughout the entire mountain so that no dirty air, no distractions, nothing that can stop you from going out there and putting a good lap. And this is important. You really need to have a good qualifying here at the DNLS because, yes, in a 3-hour race, theoretically, you can make overtakes and you can try different strategies to be able to climb your way up. And even if you have the best race in your life, it's really going to be more beneficial to be in the clean air at the start. And more often than not, at turn number 1, if you're the first person ahead, I think that's the best place to be given how much chaos we can see at the opening corner.
Well, absolutely. I mean, again, we were just watching the highlights from the previous DNLS race before we came to air here on the English stream. And I mean, what an unbelievable start in the Porsches it was last time out, by the way. I don't think I've ever seen anything like that in a DNLS race. It was quite amazing, and so exactly, you want to be absolutely in front of all of that. Although having said that, the leaders did get involved themselves in that as well. But anyway, there are more things you can control certainly when you're at the front of the field, and so that's what they're all hoping for at the moment. Dan Peel here for Manfilter, team by WWR, is making his way around at the moment in the Mercedes. Looks like he's gone through the Grand Prix now, I think, first time round. And he is going to be taking this as a banker lap effective. No, here we go. So he's coming into the Grand Prix circuit now. Got to be very careful, of course, that you abide by the rules here, because we see it many, many times. People crossing over the line that they've all been given to stay on the right-hand side of, coming out of that final turn before they get onto the pit straight there. Let's hope that everybody abides by that rule, because how many times do we see somebody crossing that, somebody getting a penalty for it?
Yeah, so often. Way too often, and it's one of the critical rules in the DNLS that you simply do not stay on the left-hand side while you're crossing over and taking the short loop. And by the way, you can't exactly do that very often too. You're not allowed to do that multiple times. Only one real opportunity for you to be able to take the Grand Prix loop on to the circuit and then go for your full lap. Otherwise, race control is going to be looking at that and penalizing you. But yeah, very important to do so. Otherwise, you could line up on the grid with a penalty simply because of a qualifying procedural error, and then you're on the back foot for the entire rest of the race. You don't really want that to happen.
Indeed. In towards the carousel for these two. Just going a little bit slower on this outlap. Just make sure you don't crash or anything. Just make sure you get these tyres up to temperature. Of course, that is something to worry about in the GT3s these days, and maybe that's an argument for taking the full outlap here and just doing the one lap, because it gives you a full chance to get the tyres warmed up. So we look at Norby Kiss here, one of the DNLS greatest drivers, you'd say, as far as the professionals are concerned. They have such a role to play in these SB9 races in the DNLS, the real drivers, because they have to qualify, they have to start the race as well. And Norby Kiss has been so good at that. It's down the years actually for BS Competition, but now has started Chesney Esport and is looking to get this team off to a flying start here in this round of the championship as well. They're currently 6th place in the championship, so I don't think he's going to be getting another title to his name, but it's good to see him back out there again, starting another round, and who knows, we might even see him on the pole here in a moment.
You never know. And Norby Kish coming in from his truck racing days to become such a stalwart in the world of sim racing. We have seen him win so often at the DNLS, and it's a scary task to see him in P1, and that's what the other teams will want to be avoiding. Similar case with this guy as well, Alexei Nesov, a driver who we've seen develop in front of our eyes at the DNLS over the last few years. And it's always good to see him come back with whatever team he's racing with, constantly giving it his all. This time with the Nürburgring Esports number 42 team. Going to be an interesting race to see where they rank up with the Aston Martin, which is a car with which we haven't quite seen a lot of success in this category.
Up towards the very fast left-hander, the mud curver for the Aston Martin. Just pushing on this lap here to get that good time on the board. First car over the line in a moment will be 35, which is German sim racing, Luke Schneider, but I believe he'll be ending a outlap here. Still, we've not seen Stint 1 KRS Motorsport actually out there on the racetrack yet. Looks like they may be starting from the back. In fact, they don't have time to get round for a proper lap, starting from the Nordschleife itself. As we go on board with Nesov here at the top of the hill, the highest point on this racetrack, Horakt, over the top of that rise there, and then back down the other side here through this final section of racetrack, really left and right again. So challenging always through here. And Nesov is pushing, and you know, we talk about pro drivers sort of just as almost sort of getting through it, but actually Nesov is someone you absolutely want on your team, because he's a very, very good sim racer as well as a real life driver. We've seen him time and again in this series and many others go very well, so He's absolutely a driver you'd want starting the car for Nürburgring Esports.
Yeah, and he can be nice and aggressive at the start if he has a good qualifying position. Just doesn't want to be caught in the mid-pack, and this corner will certainly help out as he jumps through over Flansgarten and then heading towards the final and the most fun part of the circuit, towards the Stefan Bell of S's. A good qualifying is necessary, and Nesov looks committed in this Nürburgring Esports Aston Martin car. They need a big result in this race to get back up towards the championship fight, and so far, Nesov is pushing towards a good qualifying.
Looks strong for the moment as he comes up now towards the Klein Carousel. Staying towards the left-hand side there, not clipping the curb on the inside. Now up towards Gavenkop. Over the top of the hill here, just missing that apex on the right-hand side. Really opening this out for a run then onto the back straight, and there you go, getting to the left-hand side, but not getting into the grass, otherwise that will give you an off-track, which obviously makes your lap not count. Next Level Racing Esports go over the line for Alex Gardner and sets the first time on the board, really. That's 12th place overall for Gardner. And Andy Gordon goes in front of him. We're going to start to see those times pop up on the left-hand side, but as I mentioned earlier, we're not going to see those best times until very, very late on in this session, when everybody's been coming from the Nordschleife, gets that better run onto the front straight. These are just banker lap times, really, just to make sure you've actually got something on the board before you can go for the proper push lap in a couple of moments' time, and that's what Nesov is going to be seeing here in a moment as well. As long as you cross the line with seconds remaining, you can still complete the lap, and we've still got 4 minutes for guys to get over the line and start a new lap.
It's a lengthy qualifying session here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. You have the opportunity to be able to do one banker and then understand what the circuit looks and feels like. Again, grip keeps on changing, and for the drivers as well, momentum's a very, very important thing to keep in mind. A lot of them will be doing a lot of practice sessions leading up to the race, but on the day, in the actual qualifying session, what kind of feeling do you have? How are you feeling at one with your vehicle, and are you as dialed in as you were in the practice sessions? Lots of questions for the drivers to be able to answer. It shouldn't be too complicated from keeping the lap clean point of view, because these drivers have done hundreds of laps. But then again, when you come to finding the last couple of tenths, when you're searching for that final extra bit to pure pole, that's when the errors can potentially come in.
Here's Storm Gierström back at the line in Durocore Racing, getting to 5th position with this lap time. Dan Peel will be over the line very soon as well for Manfilter in number 48. He's one of the final ones who's going to be able to get a time in actually here, or at least get to the line in time. The first of the proper lap times going to come from Sim RC, who decided to go on for the full out lap with Alex Moore. Will very soon be at the line with that full lap time. But Dan Peel up towards the line now as well for Manfilter in car 48. Currently 7th place in the championship after their best finish last time out of a 5th position in DNLS 2. Now up towards the line here for Peel with 2.5 minutes or so remaining. Where's he going to get to here with this lap time? Anywhere near the Mahler Racing team? Not quite. 4th place, over 5 seconds away. There is BS Competition as well. The number 1 BMW defending its title. Phil Dinez on track here. He took a while to get on track actually, and I believe this will be, oh no, he will get his second lap in as well, but this is a big race for BS Competition if they want to hold on and win this title again in the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series. The number 1 on their back. They are 2nd in the championship though at the moment, needing to gain points on Falcon Sim Racing.
And Phil Dinez seems to be sending it in. This seems to be a rapid lap, at least visually, from Phil Dinez. Look at the way he's entering the corners. The car looks planted. Dinez looks pretty focused in that machine too. Last couple of corners before you go down in towards the long run at the Dottinger Hohe. 2.1 kilometers of just purely driving straight and waiting for when you get towards Tiergarten. Dinez on his screen right now can relax a little bit at this part of the circuit, but it's going to be looking at the timing screen later on and wondering, well, where does that one big lap time from BS competition put them?
There is Phil Denez. Doesn't look too tired at the moment. I do wonder what his strategy is for sleeping today. Oh, well, that might be the strategy. He's taken on a drink down the straight. That is the advantage of the Nürburgring Nordschleife. I know it only comes around once every 8 minutes, but you do get a chance to sit on that back straight for a very long time. Into the final corners for Phil Denez. He's got seconds remaining. He'll be able to go again here if he's got the fuel on board. But the number one car of BS competition needing a good qualifying here in DNLS 3. Up towards the line for Phil Denez. It's a 53.7. He's going to have to go again here in that number one. He's fifth at the moment. He's got a banker on the board. Now it's time to go even quicker here as the seconds run out. These are the last times coming up, starting with Simon in a moment, also including HRT Sports by Coanda and Mitchell de Jong, the very multi-talented sim racer and real-world driver in the final sector right now as well.
And Mitchell de Jong's not going to be able to do one more lap. This is it for Mitchell de Jong and the HRT Esports by Coanda team. They are in need of a big result. It's been a rough couple of races for them, finally getting on the podium in the last round. But for de Jong, it's a big qualifying time. And look at the way he's pushing near the exit, almost on the edge of the white lines. Now has the opportunity to be able to go on the long cut of the Dottinger Her and wait and wait. The time to beat is a 7 minute 50.810. Still a lot of time to come in. Let's see if Mitchell de Jong can be able to shave something off his previous lap time. No, there isn't any actually. First one for him.
Yeah, it will be. For those who did the full out lap there with the whole Nordschleife, this will be their first and only lap time. Alex Moore is about to come over the line here in a moment as well here to set the only lap time for Sim RC. Then it will be Mitchell de Jong in a moment in the 8 car. We'll see where Sim RC get to, and they do go to the top. That's no surprise because they're the first team to be coming from the Nordschleife, I believe, to start their lap time. Marlow Racing Team did not, although Elias Seppenen's time was very, very good actually. Mitchell de Jong's time is coming towards the end as well right now, and he's going to be pole for now. He's actually 4 seconds in front of the rest. That's the time for everybody else to beat. He puts it on the board and says beat that to the rest of this field. Eifelkant Esport will be up towards the line in a second, and so will a few others. It'll be a bit of a wait to some of the other big names, but Mitchell de Jong has set that time for everybody else to beat here. And Norby Kish even can't beat it. He goes over line for Shezzy and can't beat it, so half a second. Mitchell de Jong takes first blood and he's on provisional pole at the moment.
Will anyone bet against the leaders of the championship, the number 44 of Falcon Sim Racing? It'll be interesting to see where this lap time ends up putting them. But Sindre Setsos behind the wheel, a driver we have seen for a long time. Last couple of corners before we get to the Dottinger Her for him as well. Interesting to see that there's only 2 cars in the 7 minute 46s right now. The every other car involved out there, 750s, but this is the crunch time. This is where we see people getting close, and this could be where we see a quicker lap time for Falcon Sim Racing.
Let's see. This is a big lap for them as well. There is Sindre Setsas. They are the championship leaders after 2 rounds of the DNLS this season. 5 points in front of BS competition. But unlike in some of the other categories where they know, or BS competition know, for example, in the M2s where they need to finish for the rest of the season to win the title, Falcon don't have that luxury. Anybody can still win the title from this point. As Setsas now comes into the Tiergarten, most of the lap now complete, just one last chicane. Onto the brakes, through the bumps, and up towards the line for Falcon Sim Racing SB9. Where is this going to get them? As they get shuffled further and further down the field with their opening time, it is 3rd place. Yeah, just about 3rd place for Falcon Sim Racing. It's not a bad time, but it's not pole. And the other teams, especially BS competition number 1 and Phil Denez, have a big chance to overtake them. Denez will be still half a lap away here, so we have to wait some time before we get to his time. But it's not pole for Falcon Sim Racing. They've left the door ajar for the other teams.
could the Lion GP team end up being the dark horse in this mix? They seem to be a little bit off, though. I'm not quite expecting them to get on pole position, but nonetheless, late laps, they've taken their time, they've understood the circuit and got their hands clean as much as they possibly could. Last couple of corners now, approaching Tiergarten, need a really brave entry there. How late can you brake? Getting on the curbs. That seems to be quite clean for them as the Mustang dances around the final couple of corners, going over the curbs, and then it's time for the Lion GP machine to cross the finish line for qualifying. Where will this lap time put them? Clearly not in pole position. It's a 7 minute 49. It's not bad. Puts them, I'm assuming, in the top 5. It should.
Yeah, I would assume so as well. Maybe it didn't count. Maybe there was an off track in there. It doesn't look like it's counted. So, yeah, that would have been a top 5. In fact, it would have been 5th place, I think. But it doesn't count, so all that doesn't matter. Jochen Krumbach now for Scherer will be up to the line in just a moment. He's going to be after the man filter car comes over the line. Dan Peel still to come, but Vildeneuve is going to be the last driver to cross the line here. Is he going to get anywhere near that time from Mitchell de Jong? Well, I'm assuming he's going to get near it, but is he going to be able to take pole? That would put him, you know, some big distance, I should say, between that car and the Falcon Sim Racing car as well. Sindre sets us only 3rd at the moment, and the gaps are a little bit larger than normal. Big chance, I feel, this is for Vildeneuve on this last lap time, his 2nd lap time, to try and work himself in front of his big championship rival here this season.
Yeah, absolutely. There is a window of opportunity. Let's see if anyone has enough lap time to go through it and claim pole position for themselves, stealing it away from Mitchell de Jong. For Scherer Esports SP9, they need a good start to this race. They need something. They've only gotten 2 points this season so far, and a good qualifying will make things handy. Committed as ever, just as everyone's been, to be honest, at Tiergarten. Not dancing as much as the Lion GP car, so hopefully they've kept it clean in this one, and hopefully their lap time counts. They need a 7:46 for pole. That's not going to happen. However, it's a 7:49.775. That would put them in 5th place for Scherer Esports and Jochen Krumbach. Not a bad lap, in a decent position for the entire race.
It's not a bad lap, and especially when you compare it to some of the other times that we've got through the field, it feels like the field's a bit more spread out than it is normally. Next Level Racing Esport come up towards the line now next. They have not got really a very good time on the board at the moment at all. Going to improve on that with this time for Alex Gardner, who comes up towards the line and only does improve a little bit. Don't think he'll move from 16th position, in fact, and no, that doesn't actually count, so he will stay at the back. What about Vildeneuve, though? 12th place at the moment for number 1. They've got to go quicker than that, although that time, of course, came from the Grand Prix loop, so here we go, up towards the line in just a moment. Looking for that run out of the Tiergarten. A 46.3 to beat, and it's looking good for Vildeneuve. Coming up towards the line, is it going to be pole? No, it's not. It's just going to go past, and he gets behind Falcon. He's in 4th place. The championship rivals starting on row 2 for DNLS 3, and it's Vildeneuve there who had the chance to take pole with that last lap time. Couldn't do it, and Mitchell de Jong's time from a long time ago stands the test of time, and he's taken pole here.
Some qualifying we have seen in the SP9 category. I did not expect that lap time from Mitchell de Jong, which went in so far early in this qualifying session, to remain. A 7:46.384, enough to take pole position for HRT Esports Baiko, with Norby Kish, unsurprisingly, on the 2nd row of the grid with Chesa Esports and the number 26 machine. Falcon Sim Racing and BS competition, as Ewan mentioned, the championship rivals in row number 2, followed by Mahler Racing Team, good enough to put themselves up into P5, looking for another podium this season. And Scherer Esports rounding off the 3rd row of this grid, with Sim RC and Nürburgring Esports closing the top 8.
The rest of the field will have the other Nürburgring Esports car at the front of it. Andy Goulden setting that time. Nesov, the one who gets to 8th. Dan Peel for Manfilter by WWR will be in 10th, and of Line GP. Similarly, Esports Pro will be on row 6. Then it'll be Eifelkind Esports in 13th in front of German Sim Racing. And on the next row, Endurico Racing and Next Level Racing Esports. They didn't actually qualify any better than some of the Porsches, so they're a long way down. Stint 1 KRH Motorsport never got themselves out of the pit lane there, so they are towards the back end of the field. But that is qualifying for SB9. The race is coming up in about 5 minutes' time or so. Of course, split starts. We'll have the SB9s going first, and then the Porsches, then the SB10s and M2s will be going at the same time together. But what a great chance this is for a third different winner in 3 races here in the DNLS. So far, HRT Sports by Coanda in 5th place in the championship. A podium at DNLS 2 has got them into that decent position where they now find themselves. And Chesney Esports, I was talking about earlier on, 6th place, haven't got a podium so far this season. So it's a bit of a surprise for a front row, but it just shows you how unpredictable this series is, that there's so many teams capable of getting a pole position or at least a front row lap in there.
Absolutely. This is the quality of SP9, one of the most competitive fields you will see in any sports car sim racing league. And on any given day, anyone can win. It's just a matter of keeping it clean at the start and getting a decent qualifying lap to put yourself out of that danger zone. I'm very interested to see, honestly, how Nobby Kish tackles the start against Mitchell de Jong. 2 drivers with very different careers, actually. Both of them, in fact, going from sim racing to real life racing and then competing in both disciplines. But Nobby Kish, I mean, he's not one of the sim racing OGs like Mitchell de Jong. Seeing both of them on the front row with all these cars behind them as well, including good teams like Manfilter by WWR, Smiller Esports, German Sim Racing, Eifelkind, Endurico, Lion GP. These are teams we've seen compete over the years at the DNLS. Makes it a very, very strong grid, Ewan. Makes it a very exciting race to see at the start of this as well.
Absolutely. Because for those that don't know, Nobby Kish, a 7-time European truck racing champion, back from 2014, where he won his first title. He's had a very, very successful and lengthy career in truck racing, and as you mentioned, a very good sim racer now as well, which is fantastic to see. But Mitchell de Jong has been a very good sim and real world driver for some time as well. And it's great to have them both on the front row ready for DNLS 3 in the 25-26 season. The start is only a few moments away. 3 hours of racing to come. The SB9s, as I mentioned, will be starting separately from the Porsches, who will also start separately from the SB10s and the M2s. It'll be a big start as well, coming down in towards turn 1. It always is here at the Nürburgring. Saw a lot of drama in DNLS too, so make sure you stay with us here to find out what happened at the beginning of this race as well. We'll be back in a few moments' time with the start here in just a moment of DNLS 3 coming right up after this.
Hol dir jetzt dein eigenes Motorsporterlebnis nach Hause. Dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de.
Liebe Fans,
Lovely fans,
besucht uns auf unseren Social-Media-Kanälen.
follow us.
Auf Facebook, Instagram.
YouTube und TikTok.
Willkommen bei der NLS.
Well, the start just a few moments away for DNLS 3 in the 25-26 season. Myself, Ian O'Leary and Sumil Arora taking you through the action from this 3-hour race, and at a very important time in the season. We've just seen a qualifying session where neither of the top contenders in SB9 have actually taken the pole position, or indeed second place there either. Falcon Sim Racing and BS Competition will be sharing row 2 in behind Mitchell de Jong and Nobby Kish, who will be on the front row. It's a high-class front of the field here, Sir Millen. Looking forward to seeing how this start gets on. But as I mentioned, DNLS 2 was a pretty chaotic race as far as the start is concerned, especially in the Porsche Cup category. Hopefully, it will be a bit cleaner this time round than that was. That race just before Christmas.
Yeah, my word. So many crashes. And they were crashing nearly after the green flag went on as well. Drivers trying to go 4 and 5 wide, and inevitably, there will be some sort of traffic jam situation where one car cannot find their way out. And that's where the problems tend to begin for everyone at the race start. Is the Nürburgring one of the widest circuits around for a race start? Yes. But in the pressure of the beginning and wanting to capture as many positions as you can, chaos can be expected, especially when the assists are not even on for the Porsche guys. I think the important thing today is just, as always, being composed. The opportunities will come in the front of the field if you just keep it clean. But for the mid-pack, my word, championships third round out of 4. Everyone needs to get a move on. Everyone will feel the urgency. It's not going to be helpful if you're qualifying anywhere down from P5. It's going to be a really exciting one, to say the least.
Yeah, it certainly is. So we look at the Porsche Cup car itself. Just make its way around the Nürburgring. The drivers at the moment will be getting themselves onto the grid here for the start of DNLS 3. Just talking about the penalties that have come through from qualifying, because there always are a few. Penalty points to Somalia Sports Pro and Stint 1 Karas Motorsport. They're both SB9s for their wrong start numbers, but just 3 penalty points for the both of them might be crucial later on, to just mention it for now. 5-second time penalty for Julian Raymer of the EMM Esports 914 for impeding the Coanda Esports 917 at Hohenrhein in the qualifying session. We won't have seen that. It was actually very, very early on before we came to air here in that qualifying session. Of course, they get a little bit longer, the other 3 classes, because they're out there together. But Julian Raymer getting a 5-second time penalty for that. A drive-through penalty for the SB10 Nürburgring Esports car, which was for using the pit entry coming from the Nordschleife, which is not allowed in qualifying for those cars. You've got to go around the Grand Prix layout before you can do that pit lane. And a warning only for using the wrong pit lane for Alex Gardner coming from the Grand Prix course in qualifying. That's for SB9, so obviously different rules and different sessions and so on. Just a warning for them, though, at the end of that qualifying session. Just the 2 penalties then, and they're for one of them in Porsche Cup class and one of them in the SB10s. But the SB9s now making their way up towards the Tiergarten and up towards the end of the formation lap here. Just, of course, the back straight. And as always, the Porsche Cup cars will be out there in 2 minutes' time as the field is staggered here in this series. And it will be Mitchell de Jong who's in control of this field with Norby Kish alongside. And all BMW second row with Falcon and BS before another Mustang row. There might be somebody missing there in the midfield. Looks like one of the Nürburgring Esports cars is not there to me, but we'll see in a moment when this race actually gets underway what the order looks like. But anyway, they will try and close that up just in time for the beginning of this race. Very soon the field will be under the control of Mitchell de Jong for this latest 3-hour race in the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series. Here we go, out of the final turn. And it's Mitchell de Jong now in control of the field for DNLS 3 at the Nürburgring once again in 2026. Mitchell de Jong brings them up towards the start-finish line and waits a little bit before getting us underway as they fan out 3 and 4 wide in the background on this pit straight. And de Jong controls very well from the inside line there to take the lead in towards turn number 1. Norby Kish through the middle, challenged by the Falcon Sim Racing car, and there's a spin. One of the Sarah Mustangs goes around, and the Manfield to Mercedes has gone too. The 48 spinning to the inside of the Mercedes, and that Mustang was collected and T-boned by one of the cars on rushing as well. But for the leaders, it's been clean, and for the top 4, they stay as they qualified.
And behind them, Lion, GP and Mahler fighting for P7 and P8, going side by side, both the Ford Mustangs heading in towards this long right-hander. Mahler with the upper hand as of now, and the all-important thing is to be ahead before you get to the mountain. Rubbing is racing, and Mahler holding on to that position, keeping 7th place for them. Elias Sepanen fighting Phil Weiberhalhaus. What a crazy battle at the first lap of this race, and both the Mustangs leaving nothing on the table.
Absolutely. It's a bit of a break in the field being left by some of these opening battles here. I mean, a gap there in front of the Nürburgring Esports car of over a second already. It's a Williams car, and Nestov has got a black flag next to his name already here, by the way. I'm seeing in sim, so I'm not sure what that's all about. We'll try and investigate that in a moment. But down the bottom right-hand side of your screen, the Sports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring is ready to get underway here. So far, EMM Esports have led and won both races. Raphael Renhofer will start this time round, and he is in control of the field now with an AM team alongside. Smilius Racing, something we did not expect to see at all, and just short of the 2 minutes that they should have been at the line, they are. And Raphael Renhofer here has been jumped immediately. He's been challenged in towards turn one. Look at Coanda there, making it 4 wide, I think, towards turn one here for the lead. Certainly 3 wide. Smilius Racing just back off here in the AM team, although they are going to dive down the inside. They are 4 wide for the lead, and right down the inside of everybody. Frozen Speed by Grin and Go are going to take this race lead here, and they're going to go one better, or at least try to, in this race compared to what they were able to manage just before Christmas in the second race of the season. They're in the lead here comfortably. Smilius Racing trying to hold off and get into second here, but it's side by side for them at the moment with Share Esport and George Tyler, who's in that card here to begin with. 3 wide as Tyler gets knocked back here, and EMM try and regain some of those places from the pole. They've recovered to third at least, but it's not been a good start for Raphael Renhofer.
No, completely got jumped before we got to turn number 1. Frozen Speed by Grid and Go. Adrian Guricke with an amazing getaway. Both the Coanda cars over there in a tussle as more cars go out wide in the gravel. Lap number 1 claiming its victims as there is more contact. The Coanda car touching with the Dur car.
That was very close to a very high-speed contact there through the kink, because the car's getting back underway there. Here comes 914, and I'm going to dive down the inside there. That's the AM EMM car looking for a dive there. Through onto the north side they now go, but what a start by Grid and Go there, and Frozen Speed. Absolutely fantastic from Adrian Guricke to get into the lead of this race. Nicholas Last then is in second, and then Raphael Renhofer, George Tyler, Julian Soden rounds out the top 5 in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring. Into the now start of this race for SP10 and M2. They both start at the same time, of course. So let's get both of these races underway. It's the biggest starting group of them all, just about. I've just seen the smallest, starting group 2. And exactly 4 minutes after the start of this race, we're underway for the SP10s, and Sim RC immediately pulling to the right-hand side there to defend here. Falcon Sim Racing tearing up the outside at the moment, trying to take this race lead away in towards turn 1. 3 BMWs for the lead. And Falcon, oh, there's contact! Wow, that was close. Falcon Sim Racing were very close to going all the way around there, right in front of the pack. And in the end, there's more contact. Williams now go out wide. It's a disaster start for them. They need to try and get close to Sim RC if possible here today, because otherwise they're going to run away in the championship. There's a spinning Aston Martin in the midfield, and it's causing havoc in the M2 class. They spin right in front of all the M2s, and there's havoc, and now Williams go around. Big moment for this championship as the Williams BMW goes around and goes to the back of the field.
They were second in the championship heading into this race. Now Williams are facing the wrong way around and have a big comeback drive to execute to find themselves anywhere near the podium today. Crazy scenes in the SP10 and the M2 start as it stands. Sim RC holding on, but my word, Falcon Sim Racing, one of the biggest losers, making contact there, getting sandwiched, and then the impact of that was evident, falling back down in this pack. Man, crazy getaway, and Falcon, they nearly had it. They really had P2 for themselves, but too much ambition, and that's pushed them back down in this grid.
Well, that could be a championship-defining moment that we've just seen there in SP10. Meantime, in the M2 class, they try and pick their way through this. Share Esport are leading in front of Smiley Esports Red. BS Competition have dropped down to last in M2. So I'm not sure whether, we saw it and I just missed it, or what's gone on there. But the championship leaders in M2 who have won both races so far this season and know that with 2 second places in the next 2 weeks, they'll win the title, no matter who wins the race. They're now down at the very back of this field, and a huge opportunity opened up for some of the other teams like Scherer and Simile Sports Red Venari Racing, who are now leading this M2 class on the opening lap.
This could be a big day. This could really open things up in the M2 class.
That's the SB9s at the front. Mitchell de Jong and Norby Kish are second apart here. Already Mitchell de Jong getting off to a brilliant start here. The championship contenders, Setsas and Denez, are both running nose to tail. It's Alexei Nesov, though, who's made the best start of anybody. He's up to 5th, and by the way, the black flag he had next to his name has disappeared, so that must have been cleared by race control. Something weird on the way up to the start of this race, maybe. But what a great start for Mitchell de Jong. Over a second in front of Norby Kish, who's also got a second over the two championship contenders as well. So maybe there is a different race winner on the cards here this afternoon, although it is very, very early on, of course, in this race.
There is a possibility. It is still a long race, and a lot of drama is still yet to unfold. Although the start had a lot in all the other categories. In SP9, still very much nice and clean, and there is a good chance that Mitchell de Jong should be able to hold on. Again, there's a breakaway. Norby Kish not directly in the slipstream, and that'll be a big advantage as we go towards the other parts of the lap, as the gap can just keep on building up. And look, the man-filter Mercedes trying to find its way back after a torrid start that put them second last in the category.
Yeah, they've got a dual slipstream on the way towards the Tiergarten, and here they come on two Aston Martins. And they're not going to get through there. And into the Tiergarten, they all single file out. Thankfully, a calmer start through this section than what we saw at DNLS 2, where there were big crashes in SP9, taking a couple of cars out of the race early. But thankfully, nobody has had to return to pit lane yet. Nobody's had to tow to pit lane anyway so far in this race, which is a good start. End of the opening lap, though, and here's the battle between SimRC and Marla Racing Team. Lars Seppenham was very quick on his opening lap of qualifying, but didn't get a second one in. I wonder why that was, but that means he's got a bit of work to do here on the start of this race. And it is very close across the board in SB9, as it is in the Porsches, where we've got an AM team leading the way. Similius Racing, if they were to win this race, would be one of the upsets of the season, one of the upsets of the past few seasons, but it would also put them in prime position to win the AM Championship as well with a race victory. But they've got a long road ahead of them here in this very unpredictable race.
They have, and for them, it will be a momentous occasion to be able to beat such proper racing organizations who we have seen compete throughout, like EMM, like Frozen Speed, like Pole Promotion. To be able to go ahead and beat them would be incredible for Similius Racing, and it's sort of come out of nowhere. This is slightly out of the blue. We didn't quite see this level of pace, but today something really has clicked, and they're ahead of all the other pro teams as well. Meanwhile, riding on board with Coanda Esports number 918 in a Porsche. Good choice of numbers as he's finally getting the draft. Should be able to get a better run on the outside line using the slipstream. Julian Cernan heading towards the Tiergarten could gain one position. Can it beat two as he approaches the braking zone? Goes towards the outside and has to settle for one. Although he got very close in there. Incredible racing.
He certainly did get very close indeed. That's the penalty, by the way, adjudged from qualifying, so don't worry about that. It's not another one for 187. That's the Nürburgring Sport penalty from qualifying that I mentioned a little bit earlier on. Stuff under investigation so far from the opening of this race, but no penalties or indeed decisions just yet. Sonen's not done yet. Down the inside of turn one on the Frozen Speed Grinning Go-Car. This has been a magnificent end to this lap from Julian Sonen, and the start of the second one, he got past Rafael Renhofer. He was almost falling over himself, trying not to pass Adrian Garaike in front of him, and now he's trying again, although it hasn't worked this time. EMM go down to fourth position here, but they're so good on strategy, they're so good at saving the fuel. I don't think Renhofer will have minded really going to be pushed down into fourth position in the way that he was.
The important thing is staying in the slipstream, making sure that this leading pack of 4 or 5 cars remains intact. If you break away, getting back is going to be very tough. And at the moment, it seems like the biggest possibility of a breakaway will come from an AM team leading the pro category. It is insane what Niklas Last and Sprinters Racing are doing right now at the start of this race. Coming out of nowhere, in spite of never having finished on the podium, leading the pro category drivers. What a mind-blowing achievement it is just to accomplish what they've been doing in the last 12 minutes. But this is where things get tricky. Going towards the mountain with these well-run organizations with very experienced drivers behind you. What a compelling story we have in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy.
We certainly do. As these guys come around the Galvenkop corner in SB10 and make their way up towards the end of another lap. Here's Sim RC leading the way here in front of Lion GP. And then you've got Falcon Sim Racing next in line. The i4 Racing team are after that, but Williams being all the way down in 8th and already 15 seconds off the lead is a big story in SB10. Normally the leading group in SB10s are much closer than this, but actually it isn't this time round. Sim RC leading and Williams down towards the back of the field could really be a championship-defining moment this season. Those are the two who are going for the title. They were tied on points at the start of the day. They are miles apart after just the opening lap here.
Yeah, a proper breakaway has formed in the SB10 category. And this is not good news if you're anywhere behind the top 3. As it stands, it's really good news if you're Sim RC, Adam Isaacson. He's got some company with the Lion GP car behind, but this pack, what the Williams is going through, yeah, life is tough if you're stuck somewhere here.
Certainly is. Hopefully this is going to be a close M2 race though, compared to some of the others we've seen. Scherer have gotten away a little bit compared to the others. This is the group led by Nürburgring Esports for 4th on back. Fierce competition, not even with this group though, so they've got an awful lot of work to do here as SLC Commerce Esports come into the pit lane after the opening lap of this race. That's probably too of an early stop from them, if it is a stop indeed at all. There's a damaged Aston Martin as well. That's the waved car it must be, I suppose, with a little bit of damage on the front end that certainly won't be helping them come down the straight. And actually, yeah, Scherer have been really honked by that at the front, so Scherer Esports and Ben Elias Reimer had a gap of at least a second at the end of the opening lap, but that damaged Aston Martin getting in front of him has really slowed him down, and now it's getting the front 3 very closed up together.
And how beautiful is that for us? We get to see an even bigger battle. Yep, tough times if you're Scherer. They still have a couple of arms distance in the middle, but what we're seeing right now is the battle for P4 in the M2 competition class. Nürburgring Esports in their number 285 with Daniel Wood driving that car, getting a bit of a margin ahead, and then behind we have the Racing Lounge number 77. It's this bright machine that we have right now. So with the M2s, not always a good sign to see the cars break up and open up, but then again, this is a category where lots of driver errors can sort of come up and things change it on. And that's the damaged Aston Martin we were talking about, the waved machine. It's been running a race of its own entirely, and it puts a little bit of pressure on the Scherer Esports car, and now that gap is coming down and the troubles begin for them.
Yeah, indeed. And look at the SB9s, by the way, getting towards the end of a lap. The reason why that's such a concern early on, of course, is because they're going to catch those M2s very, very soon here. And they're going to be into traffic for the first time in DNLS 3. I'd imagine a couple of laps maybe away, but still not very far until we get to that point. Seppänen and Alex Moore in the background side by side. That's very early in the straight to be side by side. Lars Seppänen has either got a very good run or Alex Moore has got a very bad one on the Nürburgring this time round, because otherwise you wouldn't see that side by side so early. Tucking into both of them at the moment is Finn Wiebelhaus for the Line GP team, so he's going to try and get past them both as Vulcan lead these two down. They're going to stay single file, but look at this in the background. Wiebelhaus doesn't know whether to make it 3 wide or just stay behind them. He probably makes the right decision in the end. Alex Moore getting back alongside Seppänen. Bit of contact. Seppänen backed out of that completely there. He's had the side-to-side contact and thought, well, I saw what happened last race to some of the others into this section of corners. I'm going to back away, and he probably made the right choice.
And in the back, Wiebelhaus constantly trying to find his way past somewhere or the other, trying to get something on him. Seppinen making the wise decision. Behind at this moment then goes Andy Gulden for the Nürburgring Esports number 32 team. He's also joined this pack. And then even more fighting. Seppinen, Wiebelhaus, Gulden in this fight to make it towards the top 6. Well, what a crazy battle. And there comes the move then. Lion GP sending one on Sim RC as we go towards the Grand Prix section. That puts Lion GP on the outside line as we head towards the hairpin on the right-hand side. Both Mustangs dueling it out against each other. It's a daring move by the Sim RC car, and one that's defiant, pushing the other Mustang out of the track. Wonderful.
That was, yeah. Well, I'm not sure that's the word Finn Wiebelhaus will use for it, but it was quite good to watch. I enjoyed it. There was very, very close side-by-side racing between the two of them in these first 20 minutes, and well, it was aggressive from Alex Moore. There's no other way of putting that, but in the end, he keeps the position just about over the Lion GP Mustang in behind. It's a great battle. They're nearly 10 seconds, though, now behind the leader, Mitchell de Jong, who's continuing to extend that advantage, actually, out the front of this field. Just look like it has got a little bit of damage. I noticed it on the back straight last time round. It didn't pick it up in that bit of contact there, and that little bit of argy-bargy for that position. 7th place, I think it is now. But nevertheless, there is definitely a bit of damage there. In the Porsche Sports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring, we are seeing a very big group develop now. Frozen Speed by Grin and Go are trying to come through, though, and Coanda want to follow through. Julian Sonnen was so aggressive last lap around, and here he comes again. He's on the inside line, he's braking late on the inside of Tigon, and he's getting through into second position. So the AM team finally now dropping away. Sibelius Racing are not going to try and regain that place either, or are they? Oh, I was expecting him to just stay behind here, but Julian Sonnen is under pressure now from Nicholas Last, who's not a bad driver in his own right, to be fair. Down the inside he comes here, in towards the hairpin of turn number 1, and Sonnen is going to be sticking it out. Is he still alongside, or is he stuck behind? Oh, he's going to go for it again. He's very careful there not to hit Nicholas Last, though, and they get away with it all. In the end, it's Frozen Speed by Grinigo who get out there with the race lead.
Smirless Racing are matching the firepower that Julian Sonnen has been throwing towards them. The Coanda car so aggressive in attack and also in defense. But now he's closer to the car behind the EMM Esports number 905 because of the way Smirless Racing went racing in the first couple of corners. So aggressive. Wanted to keep the position at any cost, and this is where things went wrong for Williams Esports in the SB10 category. Well, getting bunched up at the Grand Prix layout and then the tap from behind, things just get complicated, and maybe that's where the wave car got its damage from Ewan.
Yeah, that's where the wave car got the damage from. It's also where BS Competition spun around in the M2 class. So it was a knock-on effect there. Dominoes were falling, and in the end, BS Competition are the ones who go around in M2. That's how they've dropped down. And at the moment, by the way, they are still in 9th. They've regained 2 places from 11th, but they're still down the field. That was side by side just behind. Julian Raymer getting past Nikolai Pedersen for 6th position. And Oscar Pai will get for 5th rather. And Oscar Pai now is joining. So there's 7 at the front of this very large group now at the beginning of this race.
And it's wonderful. The cars are flying off with their tires going over the curves. This is classic Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy racing. And the category, by the way, which gives you the most amount of prize money, 3 times of what you win if you become the team champions in the SP9. Surely, more bravery and more driver feel must be rewarded, right?
Yeah. Well, meantime, this is in SP10. What's going on? The leader, Sim RC, the gap back to Williams, now 17 seconds. As I mentioned before, this is potentially a championship-defining day, but if you think about it, at the end of some of these 3-hour races, we often see a 17 sort of second gap for the win, or sometimes we do anyway. Sometimes we get absolutely very close finishes, but it's not inconceivable that could be the gap for the win. So Williams have got to think like that and sort of think, yes, maybe winning this race is going to be very, very difficult from here, but can we at least get to second? Can we limit the damage as much as possible here over the next few laps, and indeed for the next 2.5 hours, because that's what's going to matter by next week and the championship finale round.
Yeah, that's happening next week as well, so it's a busy section of their racing calendars for them. As one of the cars comes in the pit lane with more battling going on towards the main stretch. That's the Nürburgring Esports car that's come in, and meantime, that'd be M&J.
Side by side there, M&J going down the inside of i4 Racing, I think, or the other way around. M&J losing the place, I think, with i4 Racing on the inside. That's Alexander Leonhardt and Maurice Becker fighting it out, and this is in the M2 category. Cherry Esports, Willie Esports Red have gotten away at the front of this class, and then you've got the 4-driver group for 5th place on back here, headed by Simile Esports and Racing Lounge 77. So they are leading the line at the moment. Some bigger M2 groups. There's the BS competition car in the background, you can see. They're making decent progress here to recover these positions they lost earlier on.
Yep, now roughly 3.5-4 seconds behind the next best car, as there is some contact. The Adopto shop car pushing the limits, and then they're getting a response for that as well, with the headlights being flashed by the Enduro Core machine. Well, Adopto shop really pushing hard to try to get ahead. And at the moment, getting a touch from behind as we exit the arena section. Intense racing in the M2 competition category, and that just gives more opportunities for the cars ahead to run away.
Yeah, it does. Onto the Grand Prix circuit again, that always, as we mentioned, feels so wide when you compare it to the Nürburgring Nordschleife. This is just a manic group, isn't it, in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring. Absolutely phenomenal stuff here. It's Frozen Speed Bike going to go leading, and all the way down to Oscar Pye, really, who's in 7th place, involved in this. Look at that, quite well, I suppose they're 2 seconds behind, can't quite call them part of the group yet, but Door Esports certainly are in 6th position. But the fact that Smilius Racing are staying in here is just remarkable. You know, Nicholas Last is a decent driver, but he's up against some of the best in Porsche Cup racing, in iRacing. You know, I'd say sort of top 50 in the world in iRacing in this car, which is used so often for world championships in iRacing and so on. It's got a lot of drivers who are very experienced with it, and Nicholas Last at the moment is staying with the very best of them in an AM team. Could be so crucial for the championship by the end of this season.
It could be, and they've not quite had the best start of the season, not finding themselves in the podium or the top 5 as well. And then suddenly you come here 2 months later, back to the DNLS grid, and you're looking at this AM team that's finding themselves in P2. It's not an accident. It is not a mistake. They didn't just put their car up in so high in qualifying out of accident. It genuinely is a performance that they are backing up with their own merit. And even though they got attacked last time, here they come, making a move. Smilius Racing getting into P1. That could be a tactic. That could be Frozen Speed letting the other cars go to make sure that they stay behind and get a chance to save some fuel. But nonetheless, a change in the lead for the Porsche Esports Trophy Nürburgring.
It could be a tactic, but I'd be surprised. Oh, dear me, that was off the road there for Door Esports in the background. They were all out of shape. Yeah, maybe it is to go back and save fuel, but it's a strange place to go and let them through, because you're making it so obvious, really, that that's what you're doing. I mean, yes, the others will be saving fuel behind you and have been for a while here, especially EMM, who really haven't worried about what's going on in front of them at all here, which is concerning, I think, for the other teams, to be honest. Their pit stop, their first pit stop of the day, could be very short, and that might well cause a bit of a stir. But let's see. It was just made so obvious by Frozen Speed Bike going to go there that's exactly what they were doing, that I think other teams are going to start to become very wary of them here. Nicholas Last is going to lead this field. I think he'll be pleased to just lead here as an AM team, but maybe the other pros in behind just going to save fuel, stay behind one another. Now let's see what Sonnen does here, because he was very aggressive in getting to this second position. Now he is going to be aggressive in trying to take the lead as well. He's going to be followed by the 905, which is still going to have a car in front of it to save fuel. This is very smart driving from these two, and they get straight through into the lead of this race. Stoner now the new leader of this field. It keeps changing again and again in this Porsche Cup category.
It does indeed. And Sprinters Racing P1 to P3 in a matter of a couple of corners. This will not be something that really concerns them or makes them go down and feel low about themselves. It's just the nature of the racing and the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy. Here comes another move. EMM sizing up the Coanda Esports number 9 when Sprinters have an opportunity to go for the over-under, going to the outside, but EMM shutting the door, and instead the other EMM car, the number 914, will get a move on the Sprinters Racing car. So now 2 EMMs in the top 3, unless Sprinters can do something about it, and they do, sending a move on the inside line.
Can they follow their teammates through here? Outside of the hairpins, a long, long way round. Downhill through. Oh, and he's wide, so he's not going to get through there in the other EMM car. He's going to be back into 4th. Is Julian Raymer rather in that other EMM car. Greiker, of course, is the one he's just up in front of again after frozen speed by Grin and Go. Let all those cars past. But it's Julian Sonen leading the way in front of Renhofer, then Nicholas Last, then Raymer, then Greiker, and rejoining the group here, Nikolai Pedersen, after that small mistake he made from Door Esports in 6th position. But this is a lively first hour here. I do fear, though, for the other teams that EMM are not really worrying about any of this, and they're fuel saving a lot more than the other teams are.
Nonetheless, they're trying to be aggressive. They're trying to attack and get positions in other cars as well. Sprinters Racing right now in the middle of 2 EMM cars. It's a Sprinters sandwich with 2 EMM cars on the other side of it. It's a tricky place to be in, where you want to go ahead and chase the other one, but your hands are full with the car behind you, and you never really know when the other person's going to be sending it. Yes, it's the Nordschleife. Yes, it's still the start of the race, and you would want to be conservative, but nonetheless, when you've got a car chasing its teammate with such intensity, the move could come anytime.
Well, the field just stretching out a little bit more now with Sonen at the front of it, but not too much. It's staying rather similar in this category. There's not really groups like this anywhere else around the field here, really. As down the inside in the background goes Pedersen on Adrian Greiker there into the Arenberg through Schredenkreuz, first of all. And so down to 6th place now for first speed by Grin and Go. I'm not really sure what this is all about at the moment. It might be that Greiker wanted to save some fuel, go back in the pack, but ever since he's gone back in the pack, he doesn't seem to have had the speed ever since. And so it's very, very strange what's happening to that frozen speed car at the moment, dropping back so far. I mean, to be fair, you know, he would have only had to drop to 2nd place anyway to save some fuel, so I'm very puzzled by what he's doing at the moment.
Yeah, very interesting, because Adrian Greiker was one of the top drivers at the start of this race. I remember him fighting for P2 and P3 at the very early stages as well. So very interesting that his car in the frozen speed Grid and Go has fallen back down to P6 when we saw him leading just a few laps ago. All happened all of a sudden. This one fine moment where they said, right, now's the time to drop back and do some fuel saving. And that too at a very awkward position. And you're right about that. The gap just keeps on building between him and the other drivers. Last lap time, a 7-minute 58.219, when the people at the top of this pack are doing 7-minute 57s and 7:56s.
Yeah, exactly. Well, Sonen continues to lead this group ahead of Renhofer, Last, Raymer, Pedersen and Greiker. Although Pedersen's only clinging on to membership of this group, really. This is back in the SP10s and indeed the M2s again. Share Esport back to the lead here with a bit bigger of a lead now over Leon Harhoff of Smiley Esports Red. Nürburgring Esports and Venari Racing are trying to join into the group. In the next group, BS Competition are about to join the battle for 5th position as well. You can see that all happening in the background. But the important thing about this, I suppose, is that the SB9s are not far away from passing all these guys, and look how close they are together still. It is going to be a real battle through traffic first time round, as it always is in these races.
It is, and in the meantime, the M2s will continue to go racing with Adopt Don't Shop in the number 289 ahead of the Smiller Esports green car. Racing Lounge number 77 in the 288 machine. They were involved in this fight with Adopt Don't Shop a couple of laps ago, but now Adopt Don't Shop going ahead and getting past the Smiller Esports green one, which you can see through their mirror. That's how they're denoting which one of the Smiller Esports car it is. And with the M2s, the battles keep going, but at the top, it's the Scherer Esports M2 and the Smiller Esports red machine that have created their own little pack. These two and then a second's difference to the Nürburgring Esports and the Vinari racing machine of Luca Philipp behind. So bit of a gap between the top two. Yes, they have another SP10 ahead of them, but they can get into clean air and do their own thing in a little bit. But the action won't stop here with Luca Philipp getting close behind.
Yeah, he is getting in as well for Vinari Racing. So far in the championship, Vinari Racing have managed to get to 7th place in the points. They were 5th place in DNLS 2, their best result of the season. Only completed DNLS 1, which is why they have the other extra point next to their name. In all of these classes, you do get a point just for getting to the end of these races. If not, of course, then that's how you can get 0 points to your name. Side by side in SB9 between Line GP and Nürburgring Esports, as well as Stint 1 KRS Motorsport just in front of these two. Line GP dive down the inside and they get through. So that's for 8th, 9th and 10th. And Stint 1 KRS Motorsport made such a good start, by the way. This is Dennis Menzer, who's up 9 places so far after starting this race from the very back of the field.
However, there will be a penalty assigned to them. Car number 25. Yup, drive-through penalty has been given towards them.
Yes. Well. Oh, I've seen it's a stop and go 60.
A stop and go 60, interesting.
Maybe we're seeing different ones, but I'm seeing a stop and go 60 at the moment. Dennis Menzer not classified as a real driver and has taken the start of this race. Who else is supposed to be driving with them today? Oh, I don't actually see them on the entry list. They might have been oh no, sorry. Marvin Schrader was supposed to be their real driver. I'm not sure whether he's had problems this morning or what's gone on, but he is not starting this car. You know, it might have been a misunderstanding of the rules, because yes, they might have seen, oh yeah, we just have to have a real life driver, that's fine, but there are additional rules to that. You have to do qualifying with them, they have to start the race, and they have to do 4 laps of this race as well, and so if they haven't done all that, then they'll be breaking the rules.
Yeah, you're right. Stop and hold 60, and now they're in the middle of this fight as well in the Cup category. The AM team, Sprinters Racing, still at the front, but here comes Coanda, aggressive as ever on the EMM car, who will fight back, and that opens up a window for both the EMM cars to be able to get past the Coanda. This is a brilliant opportunity for the 905 and the 914, which they have taken with both hands. The positions are constantly changing in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy, and Coanda now looking to get something to the outside line of turn 1.
Oh, the aggression as they're trying to get into 2nd and 3rd here especially is amazing between these guys. They don't really seem to want to lead the pack around. Semilius Racing are happy to do that with Nicholas Last, but EMM, now that they're in 2nd and 3rd, might be able to control this just a little bit better. Sonen's going to be obviously very aggressive in trying to get back past again, and has so far been pretty willing to make these moves. But when you've got a teammate right in front, that makes it a whole lot more difficult. And I think that's what Sonen's been trying to avoid here for the last 35 minutes. Now, though, the EMM cars are together, and that's difficult to contend with when you're on your own like Coanda are here.
And even by themselves, Coanda can be very aggressive, but then fighting against 2 machines from the same team, where one can effectively act as a rear blocker for the other one. Yeah, that's a challenge. And this is, if anything, a golden opportunity for Sprinters Racing to be able to find their way ahead while these 2 other cars in the background settle in. So for EMM, obviously the second machine, the number 914 for Julian Reimer, will be trying to keep the Coanda car behind. But then at the same time, Rafael Renhofer needs to find something special and dig deep to close down on that 6/10 of a second gap, because only then will he properly get the slipstream, and there could be an advantage for them to be able to go fight for the win later on.
That's what it's all about, being there at the end of one of these late or long races, I should say. Frozen Speed by Grin and Go and Dory Sports are back involved in the group, by the way, now in 5th and 6th position. But what a start this has been in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring. And in the M2s as well, to be fair. Share Esport leading here in front of Somali Esports Red. And then Nürburgring Esports and Ferrari Racing. So 4th for the lead in M2 as well. And the championship leader is not involved in any of it. The M2 class has been upturned so far in the early moments of this race, with PS competition being sent around into a spin. Here's the traffic then. One of the Mustangs, it's Mitchell de Jong coming through for the first time. This is going to be such an exciting M2 battle to watch as these SB9s come through for the very first time.
And it's a battle within a battle. While everyone else is going to be fighting their own respective classmates, they've also got to contend with the big issue of traffic. And here we come, first time passing the M2 cars. Not a major issue for Nobby Kish, who's done it 100 times before. And so many races he's won in this very similar situation. Catching another team, catching another driver, and finding time in traffic. It's a great variable, traffic. As much as it could give you, it can take away from you as well. And all the time, the drivers will be on the edge as it gets even more chaotic.
Look at this, side by side, right the way through. Nose to tail right the way through, indeed, perhaps more accurate. The two championship contenders, Falcon Sim Racing and BS Competition, nose to tail here into the final sector, and they follow one another through, with Nürburgring Esports' Alexei Nesov coming through there nicely as well. So that's Setsas, Denez and Nesov, 3, 4 and 5. Getting through nicely on the M2s, but it's always the most dangerous part of the race. It's always the most exciting part of the race, this first time through traffic. And they might end up having to do it again, because in just 2 laps' time, the SB9s will have to come in to make their first pit stops of the day for sure. We could see pit stops, though, even earlier than that, if they're maybe changing up the strategy a little bit early on in this race.
Yep, normally people tend to pit around lap 6 to lap 7. 6 could be a bit early. Lap 7 is normally what everyone would like to do. 7 laps with the real-world drivers, get them out of there, and then just put your simulated drivers in the car to manage the rest of it. In cases where the real-world driver is slower than your simulated driver, which are some, but not too many. Like Mitchell de Jong, Nobby Kish, Sindre Setsos, Phil Denez, Alexei Nesov, Alas Stepanin. I'm not necessarily counting them as your traditional real-world driver who's not very good on a sim. Put them in any situation, I think they're going to be fast. So might as well elongate for how long they are on track.
I mentioned the minimum drive time for everybody is 4 laps, but for the real-life drivers it's 7 laps here, so they will have to go on for a little bit longer if they want to make an earlier pit stop here today, but let's wait and see on that front. This is Falcon Sim Racing in the SB10 category, chasing down Sim RC with Line GP at the moment, but that's not quite happening for them. Nesov, thankfully for Phil Denez, stays right behind the BMW driver as they come into the Tiergon, and they continue on close to one another. I mean, Mitchell de Jong and Nobby Kiss have been very impressive, 1 and 2 so far in this race. So far, the championship contenders do not have an answer, and these two are in 3rd and 4th position, with Alexei Nesov of Nürburgring Esports down there in 5th.
Yep, at this moment in time, Falcon Sim Racing and BS Competition also maintaining proximity with each other, given the championship situation and given where they are on track as well. Only half a tenth between Falcon and BS. And this is the similar situation in the championship as well, with Falcon coming into this round with 26 points and BS following them with 21. That's the battle you're seeing on your screen right now. And don't count out Alexei Nesov in the Nürburgring Esports number 42 as well. They were good enough to get a podium in the first round of the season, and they could be the dark horses in this three-way fight. As once again, we shift our focus to the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy, where cars are flying and still no real answer to sprintless racing.
It's just remarkable, isn't it? Absolutely remarkable. Obviously, you need 2 drivers to, well, for most of these rounds, for more than not, you need 2 drivers to get you through one of these events, and If your second driver can't keep up with the first, then that can be a problem. But what a remarkable performance this has been so far from Nicholas Last. This will be the first time we get a chance to see these guys coming down the long straight with EMM nose to tail here. They haven't been like that so far. Normally when they get 1 and 2, certainly last season when a lot of these drivers like Raymer and Renhofer and Luca Alpert and so on were driving for share at eSport, and they had 2 cars at the front. They were absolutely dominant when they got first and second, and it was really up to the other teams like Coanda to try and get in between them at various stages. But they haven't been able to show the same so far this season. They finally got together now 40 minutes into race 3. And here they come. Oh, they're going to go either side of Nicholas Last. Goodness me, that was a late move there. That was not very well coordinated considering their teammates. But they go either side of Nicholas Last, who's down to 3rd position. And Renhofer now with Raymer is going to have to get into line, and they do. But you would have thought they'd go the same side there and sort of pump draft one another, help one another. But they went either side, and I believe in a bit of a miscommunication between the two there.
That was wonderful to see. Nonetheless, it worked out for both of them, getting ahead of their target team, the Smillis Racing car. Rafael Renhofer in the 905 is the one who currently stands ahead. And here comes Smillis Racing, not wanting to stay behind for far too long. This could open up the door for Coanda as well, so watch out for them in the purple and orange car as well. But nothing doing as it stands as we come towards the second part of the arena section. Coanda now closer to Smillis Racing, and this is the part and parcel of this racing. It's constantly swapped around this way between the top 3 teams, and that just does not seem to stop. We, Touchwood, have 2 big trains forming up, this lead one and another one behind as well, hopefully.
Yeah, there'll be other groups further down the field, but it's this top 6 who are fighting for the win at the moment. The other parts of the field, to be fair, quite spread apart at the moment. The SB9s are well in traffic now. They're into the SB10s now. To be fair, there's only 9 of them at the front now, with Wave having dropped behind the M2s. They've just pitted again. Well, I say again, for the first time, actually. Making their first pit stop of the race, and maybe accepting for very early that they'll have to make 3 pit stops here, as they tend to have to in SB10, but it's always pretty close as to whether it's 2 or 3 stops over the 3 hours. Often depends how many times they get lapped, which is unusual. But anyway, that's further down the field. This is in the Porsche Cup category, where they're now 1st and 2nd, Rafael Renhofer and Julian Raymer. But the team coordination on that back straight was not quite as good as normal. And you never know what these other teams are going to be able to do throughout the remainder of this race. This is the other main group for the lead in one of the categories. A bit of a tie-up there as they came through that chicane for Smillis Esports Red and Nürburgring Esports right in behind them here. A chance for Share Esport perhaps to get away from the rest of this M2 field.
And they will want to take that with both arms. They will want to run away with it. A 1.4 second gap has emerged over the last few laps, which wasn't quite there early. Smillis Esports Red were right behind them at one point. But this is a golden opportunity for Ben Elias Reimer doing his 5th lap. And Smillis Esports Reds have been the big winners. They've been gaining positions left, right and centre, especially at the start where they went up from B8 to B2. But now that this gap has opened up, they're on their own. No real slipstream. Have got to punch a hole through the air to take Daniel Muth and his Nürburgring Esports number 285 along with him as well.
Look at this now. This is a real show of intent from Porsche Esports drivers, EMM, of Renhofer and Raymer, with Nicholas Last trying to get away from the others here. Julian Sonnen has got to put in an effort now to try and catch up to these 3. Otherwise, they could be gone again, EMM. And, you know, you often look at the results here for the likes of, you know, Renhofer and Alpert, who are so often, as we have a look at the replay here, this is the moment where Smillis Esports really lost a lot of time here to Share it. And so... and I didn't realise they'd grabbed the wall as well, excuse me. So nearly 2 seconds the gap, partly because of the actual slowing through traffic, but also they hit the wall pretty hard there as well. They seem to be carrying on okay, though.
Yeah, no real visual damage on that Smillis Esports Red car. It looks all right, and since we've seen that replay, they have gained some time on Scherer Esports to bring that 2.4 second gap to 1.9. So clearly, Scherer also losing time in traffic as almost bump drafting between the Porsche Esports and George Trophy Nürburgring top 3 cars. We are seeing Sprintless Racing in third in their yellow machine, constantly trying to pressurize Julian Reimer and the EMM 914. Ever since they've lost the track position, Sprintless have become even more aggressive, and they're just waiting for that one opportunity at the Dottinger Herd to be able to do what the other 2 cars did to them.
Yeah, indeed. It's Rafael Reinhardt who's starting to get a little bit of a gap now, although Julian Reimer is going to get the assistance here from Nicholas Last, and they'll catch up, or will Last try and get in between them maybe? That'll be the worst idea in the world, but it's not a very easy place to make a move here at the Muck Curve, so he won't try it this time round. But look at the gap now, 2 seconds to Julian Sonnen. This is massive as the SB10s start to come in at the end of lap number 6. They sense the SB9 traffic coming up behind them, and instead of getting overtaken by the ball, they think, well, better come into the pit lane instead and make my first pit stop of the day. So they're trying to coordinate that amongst themselves. But if they're stopping right now, then they're definitely accepting that 3 stops are going to have to be made, although generally they end up having to accept that 3 stops have to be made anyway because of these SB10 fuel tanks. We do see a few teams try, but normally you see them eventually having to make the 3 stops. Also, Mitchell de Jong is in with Norby Kiss. The 2 leaders from pretty much the beginning of this race are both now in.
Yep, nice and solid stint for Mitchell de Jong. Comes in with a 4.3 second gap to the car in second place, Norby Kish. So let's keep tracking that and how it goes for our leader, Mitchell de Jong. I wonder if they're going to do a driver swap. That would be the conventional logic to get the other guys ahead in as well, since have they done 6? They've done 6 laps, so they won't really be done with their minimum driving time. So there's a possibility they either carry on or stay in the carry on or come back later on. So let's see what each of the teams have chosen to do. But yeah, 30-second minimum stop time. Everybody adheres to that, and out they go with Coanda ahead. The 4.5-second margin, is it still maintained? We shall find out in a short bit when they come back around.
There's an SB10 in between them as well here. There's lots of those guys come down pit lane now. 3 only carry on. Sindre Setsas, Phil Denez and Alexei Nesov. So all of that group battling for 3rd earlier have carried on, but nobody else in this opening stage of the race. So that's a little bit unusual. But the championship contenders carry on. And maybe carrying on to us isn't the worst idea, since most of the SB10s came in anyway. In terms of avoiding traffic, look at these guys. Absolutely no traffic around them at all. And because they've gone a lap further, they might end up actually skipping out on lapping some of these SB10s who have come into pit lane along with the SB9s, and maybe are making traffic bad for those who have just come into pit lane. It does also mean that de Jong and Kiss are going to have to carry on, and actually all of those guys, indeed, who've just pitted, they're going to have to carry on as real-life drivers because they need to do 7 laps today, whereas Setsas and Denez can get out at the end of this stint if they want to.
Yep, very interesting strategy. This is going to be lap number 7. So let's see, they will inevitably find a way to come in. I don't think you can do 8 real laps without properly being on pace. You'll have to do some crazy fuel saving, and even then I wonder if it's worth doing so. But Falcon and BS, I suppose with both of them it's a case of do what the other person does, because you don't want to leave sight of them, considering the fact that these two are significant championship rivals, with Falcon Sim Racing at the top of this field and the top of this battle as well as it stands. They have gone longer, so provisionally they are P1 and 2, although we are expecting HRT and Scherer Esports to come back soon with a vengeance and take these positions back.
Look at this, 2 trios into the hairpin in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring, and this is part of the reason why this trio surely are losing time to the top 3 in front here. EMM are trying to control this race with Nicholas Last unable to overtake either of those up in front, but Sonnen is defending from Garaika, and I just don't understand this from these two. Why aren't they working together to try and recatch those top 3 and battle for the win here? Instead they're fighting amongst themselves for 4th place.
This is not productive at all. The gap just keeps on growing between both these trios, and when we get to the hill, it will only elongate if moves like that keep on coming and the other teams get surprised by what the others are doing. In the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy, the top three clearly in control of this one, the two EMM cars and the Sprinkless Racing machine ahead. Then it's 2.7 seconds, Ewan. That is a long time, and that's a lot of time that they've lost just by fighting each other. Dirt Esports get closer to the Frozen Speed machine, and I must say, Frozen Speed have just not looked the same since they've dropped those positions in the first 20-odd minutes of the race.
No, not really. And, you know, you mentioned the potential strategy that they were employing about letting some guys in front so they could fuel save. Not sure it was in their strategy to actually lose contact with the front of this race completely, and I'm still at an absolute loss as to what they would have been doing there, because the only other thing I can think of is a slowdown that they just tried to serve there very quickly. But, I mean, where would you have got it at that stage in the racetrack? I can't think of anywhere. You particularly jumped over curves and gotten a slowdown. It's not really one of those circuits where you're likely to get one because of the fine margins for error here. Normally, your bigger worry is crashing, but that is a real puzzler for me. I can't understand what's going on there really at all. And as I say, it won't have been in their plans, whatever their plans actually were. It can't have been their plans to lose contact with the front of the race, but that's where they've ended up now. And it's EMM who occupy two of the top three positions in that leading group now. And the other team in there are an AM team. So EMM in total control again here.
And they have such a hold on this race, especially with having two cars at the top of that field. It just makes life so much easier. Such a variety of strategies get unlocked just by having that one option, that you can save with one, attack with the other, try to create a bit of a gap, play rear gunner and slow the other cars behind down as well. A million options that the teams then have if they do have two machines, and that's what EMM have earned. But the number 914 coming from as far back as P7 to find themselves in second place in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy category. Some getaway for them.
Yeah, indeed. Tennis absolutely fixated, concentrated. Still not even 5 o'clock in the morning over in California. But the real-life driver has to start the race. According to TeamSpeak, Phil Dines is indeed in America. I'd imagine he is at least in California. I mean, even in America, to be fair, it would still be before 8 o'clock in the morning, even at best. So, anyway, it's a very early morning, but he'll be used to this by now, and he's very good at it as well. Here's Dines, experienced sim racer, as well as real-world driver these days too. So we go to SP10, where this is the battle for second place. These are amongst those who've stopped already. Simon C of 7 seconds up the road here, and these are the nearest chasers. What a gap that Adam Isaacson already has over the rest of this field. 25 seconds over 4th position. It's absolutely incredible. And they, of course, are going to take the championship lead if indeed this carries on. Williams Sim Racing are the ones we're really going to be looking out for here. Williams F1 Team Gaming, as they are here. They're 33 seconds off the lead already. So is Zambra now the driver. They've got to limit the damage here today after that lap 1 spin.
Yeah, and so far they are back up into 6th place in their category. They were dead last in this class of 9 that they end up competing in. Williams Esports right now 33 seconds behind the leader as it stands with 2 hours and 5 minutes left to go in the SP10 category. Ciro Zambra has some mission on his hands, and his lap time has not been too bad. It's pretty decent. An 8 minute 31 is around what he's been clocking, and it can fluctuate a little bit here and there. But again, that's the interesting part. The last few laps, not that quick. Can he gain some seconds? Can he gain some lap time? Can he be in clean air and get no traffic at all to be able to catch the MHA downforce car, which is now 6 seconds ahead up the road? Not a bad target to have.
No, indeed. So, first stop around, there were lots of differentials in terms of pit lane time. We'll see what about for the 3 leaders now, as Sindre Setsas, Phil Dines and Alexei Nesov are all into the pit lane. It was 36 seconds for Norby Kish and Mitchell de Jong. 25 seconds, though, roundabout for Seppen and Gulden, Alex Moore, for example. Interesting to see which side of that line these guys end up on here. And they are driver changing, so Setsas is going to get out here, as is DNLS. Lewis Woods will now drive for Falcon Sim Racing, and Felix Kroonbach for BS Competition. Will that be the first and only driver swap of the day? There's only 2 hours to go, so these races aren't too long by endurance standards. So maybe that will be that, as they drop now off the jacks, and soon we'll be underway again. Will Lewis Woods, but after how long? They've changed their tyres now, all 4. Richard de Jong will be able to get back into the lead pretty comfortably here, and they're going to pack them full of fuel there, but Kroonbach gets in front. He stops for a second shorter than Lewis Woods, 2 seconds, well, no, a second and a half, let's say, and out he goes. A change in the pit lane, BS Competition up into second place.
Yes, indeed. As you rightly mentioned, a second roughly is the difference in their pit stop timings. So I wonder if they have slightly short fuel, but this is something that they will account for. Now, all that BS Competition needs is a bit of a breakaway. 6/10 the gap between them and Falcon as they've come out, and behind them, Alexei Nazov is facing a fast-charging Norby Kish in that Ford Mustang. Will very easily go down the inside line and make P5 his own. In fact, yep, that will move the Chesser car up into P4 as we see some more battling with the Mahler machine getting involved as well. So Norby Kish in P4 for Chesser, Mahler Racing in P5 with the last Bannon, and Alexei Nazov's Aston Martin has been relegated to P6 as we see him in his camera with a ladder in the background. Yeah, interesting sim room that he's made. Not bad.
Don't know what he's been doing. Yeah, he does just have a ladder for decoration in the background there.
Why not?
Not sure where Norby Kish has lost all this time, by the way. Considering he's down to 4th, but anyway. Meantime, Nesov continues on from 6th position. Norby Kish is down to 4th position at the moment. Kroonbach and Woods ahead, but the pit stop times are the same, so I think Norby Kish has had some sort of problem somewhere around, and also Elias Seppänen right behind him. Well, Seppänen had a shorter pit stop, so that makes sense, but Norby Kish has definitely lost some time on the racetrack somewhere.
Yeah, it's very interesting as to how much time he's lost. Comparatively, he is 9.5 seconds behind the HRT Esports commander, Mitchell de Jong.
Yeah, indeed. Here are the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring cars. They are all in. So, do we see shorter pit stops, different pit stops to try and get up to those leaders? Or do we see all these drivers and teams sticking to what they were planning to do in the first place here? As Dory Sports are out first, so we've got Pedersen doing something different here, something a lot different indeed, and he's going to lead. Renhofer tried to take a shorter pit stop than most to try and get ahead of a few of them, but the other extreme for Julian Reimer, who has had a much longer time through pit lane now, although the same amount of pit stop time. So it's all change in this Porsche Cup category, and the group that we saw earlier on has definitely now disappeared.
Yeah, it's completely broken up. Dory Sports were fighting between P5 and P6 at the pit stop time. So EMM number 905 have stayed back for 31 seconds, slightly shorter than the Swillis Racing car, the AM team that were fighting up there. They are now down to P3. The other EMM car of Julian Reimer, even though they had a 30.7 second stop, I don't know why, they've gotten back down to P7. So maybe the timing screen is not reflecting everything properly, or something's really up. But the number 914 EMM car that was in P1 has suddenly lost a lot of time. They were second at a certain point as well when we entered this pit stop cycle. So P2 to P7, big loss for them.
Yeah, indeed. It's a long race though. A long way to go in this one. Still 2 more pit stops to come for most of these categories here. It's normally with the exception of the Porsches, who have to make 3 pit stops over the day, but let's see whether that ends up being the case or not, as they get onto the Nürburgring again, onto the Nordschleife again, I should say. Adrian Goreika just in front of Oscar Pine, just in behind Julian Sonen. Oscar Pine's pit stop was very, very short, just 17 seconds to get himself back in this group, but Pedersen only 20 seconds, so very very interested to find out over the next hour or so what he's done with fuel and tyres so far. The M2s still being led by Scherer Esport. They've not stopped yet for the most part. It's just over a second that Scherer have got now over Nürburgring Esports and Similia Esports Red, and this has been rather the same across the board. It's been a pretty close race so far in the M2s. BS Competition are still trying to work their way through the field, and they're now back to 6th position after their spin on the opening lap.
Which is a decent comeback. It is not a bad comeback at all. They've gotten past Racing Lounge 77, a top-known shop, Thomas Eggerson Racing. Solid competitors, especially a top-known shop, who've been looking very racy today in their journey towards the finish line. In the meantime, Similia Esports Red have dropped back down after the pit stop, and the Nürburgring Esports number 285, they've gained positions. They are up into second place. So both the Smillers now together in the M2 category. Meanwhile, in the SP10s, which we're seeing on our screen right now, Sim RC still very firm at the top. Falcon now in P3 with Williams still where they are in P6.
Yeah, indeed. So, just over an hour gone here at the Nürburgring. And it's the Porsches where the battles are still closest. They've not actually done very much lapping yet because of the pit stops. Just as they were getting up to the back of the M2s, they came into pit lane. But I mean, what can these guys do now to get nearer the leaders? I mean, EMM Esports 905, I would say, are probably the leaders, with Nikolai Pedersen taking such a short pit stop earlier. He's going to have to give that back at some point. Smillis Racing have not kept up with EMM through that latest pit stop phase, so you'd say they're the leaders, but so far I'm not sure I've seen the sort of startings of working together from these guys that would actually get them back to the leaders again.
No, they need something special. The gap has really opened up and no longer in the slipstream range now. So somewhere something special must be coming in, some pit stop variety or something to upset the order, because as it stands, HRT are in a league of their own. BS Competition are 5.8 seconds behind. Falcon are close to them, and then Schezer are 10 seconds behind the leader. Like, how did they break this?
Well, that's all to find out in the next 2 hours or so. Stay with us here on the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series. It's our first race of 2026 as we get into the second half of our 25-26 season. It's DNLS 3 here this afternoon from the Nürburgring Nordschleife. HRT Esports by Coanda have led from the pole so far, and they're leading by about 6 seconds right now on the Nürburgring. Stay with us. We'll be back with the next 2 hours after this.
Hol dir jetzt dein eigenes Motorsporterlebnis nach Hause. Dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de.
Liebe Fans,
Lovely fans.
besucht uns auf unseren Social Media Kanälen,
Follow us.
Auf Facebook, Instagram.
YouTube und TikTok.
Willkommen bei der NLS.
Well, welcome back to the Nürburgring Nordschleife for the third round of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series for season 2025-26. Sion O'Leary and Sumila Aurora here on the English stream for you this afternoon. Enjoying this third round of the season. Hour 55 to go in this race, with HRT Esports by Coanda currently leading the way. BS Competition in second place. Felix Kronbach driving for them. Then it's Falcon Sim Racing just trailing their championship rivals, still nose to tail. They're in second and third position though, chasing the leader down. This is on board with Norby Kish as he chases Elias Seppänen as well. The top 6 at the moment, covered by 13 seconds in the SB9 category. There's Norby Kish's trophy cabinet, which I'm surprised isn't bigger, to be honest. He's won a lot of stuff in his life, and he's chasing Seppänen at the moment, but not that far away from the race lead overall, to be honest. It's a very, very close race across the board, Sumil, across this first 65 minutes. first sector, and Nürburgring continues on his work just in behind Seppänen over the top of the hill through Flugplatz. Just a little bit wide, making sure you don't run over the grass there, running. As we saw in the highlights of the previous round, just before we came to broadcast, a big moment over the top there of the hill towards the end of that race. Not for this car, but somebody else towards the end of that race, in towards Arenberg, and it's a little bit wide from Seppänen, and Kiss just followed in there. Very easy to do that when you're following someone in so closely.
Very interesting to see that Nürburgring now on the chasing pack. He's not the one ahead. He's not the one leading this big pack going towards Mitchell de Jong. He's fallen behind. No longer in the top 4 now, Nürburgring. And instead of being 9 seconds behind, he's now 11 behind the leader. So even tougher times over there. Meanwhile, in the M2 category, the entire lead pack has come into the pit lane, and BS Competition recovered up to come to P2 ahead of the Smiller Esports Red and the Green Machine as well. So interesting times in that category. Let's see if there's some differences in strategy as the cars roll out. Scherer still goes out in P1 after completing 8 laps. Nürburgring Esports 285 and Smiller Esports Red is your order. So BS Competition in P4 as they come up ahead of 2 machines, Smiller Esports Green and Vinari Racing at the end of this cycle. And now a fresh battle as faster cars are coming from the back.
Yeah, indeed. Lap traffic. I saw earlier mentioned that the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring drivers and teams had not had to negotiate too much traffic so far. Well, now they do. And here they come. Although the leaders, to be fair, have already done all this. This is in those battles just a little bit further down in the M2 categories for 5th and 6th place now after those pit stops, which did not work out so great for these two teams. BS Competition up to 4th place now with Ruben Bonga. Team closest to them, by the way, in the championship, Scherer Esports and Nürburgring Esports are 1 and 2 though, so that's still more work to do for BS Competition. Here, meantime, is Coanda versus EMM 914, so it's an interesting battle, but again, they're a long way behind the leaders. EMM Esports 905, as I mentioned earlier, the leaders for me, and these guys are a long, long way behind that.
Yeah, a long, long way behind that. Dirt Esports were able to get the jump on everyone in this pit stop cycle, going from P5, P6 up into P1. What we're seeing right now is the Coanda 917 and the EMM 914, 12 seconds behind the race leader, roughly. And it's very intriguing to see how this happened. They were 4 to 5 seconds behind the leading pack when everyone went in the pit lane. And very interestingly, they've cycled out 12 seconds behind the leading pack afterwards. Were their pit stops exceptionally long? No, they weren't really. 30, 31 on second stop, so something's clearly gone up since they've come back to the pit lane.
Yeah, I think so. So we go back to the back of the pack. This is Pete Muller and Patrick Schmidt for 12th. Schmidt, oh dear, look at that. Muller there, not as fast as Schmidt was expecting at all through the Flugplatz. I think that's because there's traffic, yeah. It's the Nürburgring Esports M2 car that was right in front of them. The second place to the M2, so they just had to work their way past the BMW before getting in towards Schwedenkreuz and then Arenberg, but that's a moment through traffic you'd like to avoid. When you're so close behind somebody like that, it's very easy to rear-end them as they're slowing down for a little bit of traffic. There is the gap, by the way, in the M2s. Leon Closer leading the way in front of Gregor Kinski by 2 seconds now after the first round of stops in the M2 class.
And the battle keeps on brewing up. Scherer don't really have a free pass in the M2 category anymore. Comfortable, yes. But now they have two teams within that window. Nürburgring Esports 2 seconds behind, and then a further 2 seconds to Miller Esports Red. This is what they want to maintain. This is just exactly what they need right now if you're sharing esports. Peace and comfort, while other teams behind like Williams have to fight their way up.
Yeah, they're now 6th in SP10. Oh, side by side meantime in the Porsche Cup category. It is for 6th position between Coanda and EMM. It's for 1st position rather. This is the other EMM car with Door Esports rather. Door Esports on the inside into the book curve. We're going to be able to hold on here shortly, and they do. The 905 letting them in, but this is a crucial moment in the race here for Renhofer, because if he gets stuck behind Pedersen, then the likes of Nicholas Last could catch up.
Whoa!
Oh no! Contact! And this is the other EMM car in the fence hard, Julian Raymer, who was side by side with Oscar Pai, and that was high risk and low reward this time for Julian Raymer, who's in the fence.
Completely got pushed aside by that Coanda. The contact, it couldn't have been inevitable, but nonetheless the aggression going over the line, and then it had to happen at that point. Meanwhile, more battling in the SP10 category as we see opportunities open up. Nürburgring Esports, is there something cooking for them as they try to attack the Aston Martin of AC Oberhausen?
Yeah, this is SP10, where there are a few battles, although we saw the one a moment ago with Williams. That is one of those fights that we're seeing at the moment. That's for 5th position, which Williams have recovered to 6th so far. You have to try and get further.
Where they were.
Well, yeah. I mean, they're going to have to get further up than that, but it is rather impressive, isn't it, considering where they were not so long ago. I mean, because not only did they drop to the back of the SP10s, but also they had to sort of overtake 4th position, or the M2s as well, because those categories start together. But this is the replay of the incident we just saw from a bit earlier in the piece. This is Raymer on the outside of Oscar Pai here, and I mean, Pai's not really on the apex there, so although Raymer's taken a big risk on the outside, Pai didn't really help him out there and run himself a little bit wide there through the muck curve.
Yeah, for sure. Nonetheless, a risky opportunity trying to go around the outside of Mudkova. It had to spill over when both drivers were so particular about how they want to go racing and simply not wanting to leave anything on the table. Meanwhile, a BMW versus an Aston Martin. You get to see this stuff only in GT racing and only at the long Nottingham, where if you get past, you can probably get back in the slipstream and do that over and over again to the person who passed you. The AC Oberhausen car has this opportunity heading into Tiergarten, does get the slipstream, but simply no place for it to put itself and open up the gap in the SP10 category. This, folks, is the battle for 7th place as Sim RC continues to lead and continues to pull out a gap in that class.
You'd expect them to go on to win from this position, although obviously nothing's ever certain, especially around here, but given the quality they have, you would expect it. And there goes Raphael Renhofer leading this race now in front of Door Esports. That was an important pass to make there. You saw the attempt on the way towards the muck curve last time round. Renhofer didn't quite go for it in the same way that his teammate Julian Raymer did. However, he did give it a go and very nearly tried to go all the way around the outside. In the end, he waited a bit, and now he's defending hard. Was that too late defending there? Nikolai Pedersen understands the importance of this scenario at the moment. He knows that if he lets the EMN car through, then that might be it, but no, the 909 is able to stay in behind here and, has to stay in behind, and 905 for EMM Esports now lead this race.
Insane battling. It's turning out to be such a fun occasion with so many teams getting in the middle of fights with each other. Interesting time in the Cup category with more teams now hopefully catching up and making this back a little bigger than what it already is. But for Durr, they've dropped back down to P2. They were never really in the lead organically. Like they had a slightly shorter stop and then found their way up into P1. But Renhofer now firmly in control. and now has a chance to take the dirt car along with him and create an even bigger gap.
Yeah, indeed. But, you know, I think if he's going to create a bigger gap, I think he's likely to leave Dorr behind completely and go alone, actually. But let's see. I mean, that won't be too much of a disadvantage to him. He'll just put his head down and focus in. This is in M2. The fourth place battle between Similar Esports, Green and Venari Racing. I think these two are both behind PS Competition now. They are. So Ruben Bonga is not far behind Leo Manning now for second. But Sierra Esports are leading this race by a little bit of time now, over 6 seconds in the M2 category. These guys, though, fighting for fourth. Bit of follow the leader in towards the Tiergarten all over again. And same back here as well for Adopt Don't Shop and Racing Lounge 77, who don't attempt any overtakes either. It's been one of those races so far, really, for the first hour and a quarter or so. Everybody's thinking very hard about the end of the race, which means they're fighting too hard at this stage.
Which is good. We always like that. We always want more drama, and everyone wanting to get track position and wanting to sprint away and then hopefully save some fuel later on to make sure that they stay exactly at 30 seconds when they make their next pit stops. Yeah, I think the minimum stop time has made life a little bit easier for us commentators to understand what's happening, because otherwise, remember beforehand when we didn't have that, it would be so chaotic to just plan and understand how all the teams want to go ahead and do their racing, because so many options were available, and in a way they still are. It's just a different way of reading the race and executing it.
There's many ways to skin this cat, as it were. 3 stops over the course of 3 hours, although you do have a limited amount of laps in which you can actually stop. You do also have quite an open strategy because of those 3 stops. There is Merlin Mark Wolf, who is driving for Wolf Motorsport at the moment, and is aware that he's on camera as well, clearly, as he waves to the camera. Halfway through a turn. Not advisable, that, by the way. Probably complete the turn before you start waving to the camera, but there you go. Good to see another one of the drivers out there at the moment and going well in this M2 category. We'll now focus in on the Nordschleife itself, because even in this car it's pretty intense. So again, good to see a few more of the drivers even in the M2 category. They've got a little bit of time to think about and consider what they're doing here on the Nordschleife.
Yeah, they do. It's a long lap if you're in the M2 category. It just keeps on going and going and going. 8 minutes and 52 seconds for the leaders, although there are other cars who have lapped a little bit quicker than that as well. Interesting to see. And for PS Competition, catch my eye with the best lap of 8:49, which is roughly 2 seconds faster than what Smilla Esports Red 3 if you're compared to the Sierra Esports. They didn't get done very positively at the start. Now 7.8 seconds behind in their category, the M2. I wouldn't count PS Competition out. I would still say it's a long race and they still have an opportunity in the N2 class to be able to stitch something together and get a decent podium as well.
This is a long way back in the SB9 category. Sierra Esport versus German Sim Racing. Fernando Sorelia and Snyder just in behind, and there's the 2 championship rivals again, battling for second here. But look at the gap to the leader now. It was 6 seconds when they came out of the pit lane. They're just about to complete lap 3 of their stint, and they are now 4.5 seconds behind. So that's about half a second a lap they've been closing. Last time round it was a full second on Mitchell de Jong. Felix Kernbach and Lewis Woods are closing in on the race lead at the moment, helped by HRT Esports by Coanda. But Mitchell de Jong is going to get out of that car, don't forget, at the end of this stint, I would imagine it's going to be. And getting in will be Malte Hansen, who will take that car to the finish. So I wonder how this race is going to change, but it's noticeable that the lead gap is coming down quickly now.
Yeah, it was 7 seconds, now down to 4.1. PS Competition and Falcon Sim Racing have been pushing each other, just gaining 1 whole second in that last lap in itself. It's been a solid last stint for Felix Kernbach and Lewis Woods ever since they've gotten into this car. And now, going even further wanting to get that 4-second gap down under 3 and then maybe doing some fireworks. And they've been doing this all alone. It's just two cars punching a hole in the air and driving each other up. No wonder Falcon and BSI are top 2 because of how they're able to make these big gaps become so small.
We continue to follow Andy Goulden here of the Nürburgring Esports team. 8th place at the moment. A big gap in front though. 22 seconds up to Alex Moore. Himself has got quite a big gap to the top 6. It's the top 6 who are really in contention at the moment in SB9. Just 15 seconds separating them. 2 of the 6 have changed their real-life driver to their other driver, but all 6 of them very, very solid sim racers. And then the gaps really do arise behind. But we're approaching half distance here in DNLS 3. It's been quite a race at times, but there's an exciting finish to come, I'm sure of it, that so often is in this series. And here is one of those fights, by the way, inside the top 6. This is Norby Kitsch and Elias Seppänen. Still unsure as to what happened to Kitsch in that pit stop phase, but he's looking to regain all of that time lost now in the next few moments with Elias Seppänen.
Seppänen, a driver full of experience. We've seen him race Mercedes, we've seen him race other cars as well. Porsche, I also remember at one point at the DNLS and also the BMW. Good to see him now in the Ford fighting for the top 4. Meanwhile, in the Cup category, Frozen Speed by Green Go, they want positions back. They are fighting Julian Cernan, one of the most aggressive drivers in this race so far. This is for 4th in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy. Frozen Speed have to wait a little bit. Adrian Gericke will have to wait for turn number 1 to be able to execute something on the Coanda. It's a waiting game, and now comes the slipstream, and overtake could be lining up at turn number 1.
Are we going to see a pass here or more follow the leader? Here we go, 9:01 looks to the inside. Adrian Gericke on Julian Cernan. It's no longer for an advanced position like the lead. Oh, and Gericke makes a bit of contact with him indeed, but he gets through, gets into 4th, and Julian Cernan is demoted then to 5th. I mean, these guys, to be fair, are only 8 seconds off the lead, but it's just the fact that it's Rafael Renhofer and Luca Alpert who are in the lead at the moment that's going to make it so hard for these guys to catch, even such a small gap in an hour and a half.
Yeah, that's the challenging bit. What's going to happen to be enabling them to close that gap up so quickly, even though they'll be pushing at full beans and will be making it so much fun. Every time you put an overtake or every time you try to tackle the other car or try to do anything that intimidates them, you end up slowing both of yourselves down, and that just increases the gap further and further. They've got to take a page out of the BS competition and Falcon Sim Racing book and try to find some way to work together where more time can be gained on the other cars ahead.
This is further back in SB9. Lion GP versus Manfilter by WWR, and Dan Peel has made a great recovery from his spin through turn 1. We'd focused on all the other stuff that was going on the opening lap, and there was a lot happening. But the Manfilter car went around, don't forget, around that hairpin. Dropped pretty much to the back of the field, and now he's on the back of Finn Wiebelhaus for 9th position. Yes, there's no extra points gained for 9th as opposed to 8th position in this race, but it's a position worth having nevertheless if you can get it. And he's going to put that pressure on about now is Dan Peel. Started 10th, he's now back to 10th again. Always great to see an SB9, well, from any category actually, recovering nicely from the opening lap of this race, and it feels like that's been the story of this race really so far. There's not been, in this last hour, too many battles for the lead in any of the categories ever since the Porsche Cup category spread apart, but there's been lots of teams fighting their way back through after trouble earlier on. That's been the case for BS competition in the M2 class, Williams in the SB10s, and this car and a couple of others in SB9 as well. It feels like it's been the story of the race so far.
Yeah, and there's ample time to be able to fight back at the DNLS. Ample opportunity if you're brave enough to be able to make a move as well as we come towards Bravery Corner. Man, Phil the Mercedes forced to wait a little bit there by the Lion GP Mustang. A very clear sign of intent that passing is not an option this easily heading into the boot cover. And Dan Peel absolutely focused. Even the tongue's coming out, just like a classic racing driver would. Love the focus and love the intensity here.
The concentration face, as it were. Probably doesn't even know he's doing it into these turns. But yeah, looks like he's someone's. Oh yeah, there's people walking around in the background there as well. I'm not sure what's going on. Looks like he's in some sort of function room or something. But anyway, pushing on at the moment from 10th position through the double right-hander over the top of the hill and through the highest point on this racetrack back down the other side. Dan Peel continue to apply the pressure, and you'd imagine he'll be waiting for the judge to go here before he can actually make his move. For now, it's just a case of having to follow. As you mentioned, he gets close through the boot curve, but you're never going to make a move around there. You've got to wait for the long back straight. Just stay close enough so that you can actually get through at the back straight here.
Until then, it's a test of your discipline and just how well you're able to stay at one with the car, riding over the curbs, going through the long corners, and then the jumps as well that make the Nürburgring exactly what it is. It's such a roller coaster. Like, even in the middle part of a race where normally people can get lost and get bored sometimes and just make mistakes out of lacking concentration, you can't do that at the Nürburgring. You'll just be immersed into the circuit at every moment in time. For Dan Peel, what an opportunity it is. And further out, for BS Competition Falcon, they've been doing more damage to HRT Esports by Coanda, and their lead, that 4-second gap, now 3.5.
Indeed. There goes Norby Kish through shot. Now on his own as Elias Seppänen comes into the pit lane pretty much directly on halfway. So 11 laps completed in what should be a 23-lap race, I think, as we normally see in DNLS. This is in the M2 category. Endurocor Racing, Thomas Engerson Racing and Rating Lounge 77, 8th, 9th and 10th. And yeah, they are not fighting for very many points back here. Just racing for a bit of pride, but good that these are the sort of the last running cars really in the field, because Waved are behind them only. But as far as retirements go, for the first half of this race, it's been pretty exceptional. Everybody still running, even after all this time.
Yeah, very solid. I think the only real place of major contact was, around the time of major contact, was lap number 1. Apart from that, I think everyone's been very clean. And if anything, we have seen a lot of really good racing and back racing and drivers working together. Hell, speaking of more racing, we've got even more so to focus on right now in the SP9 category.
Yeah, indeed. There's another battle over the line. Now for 10th place as Nürburgring Esports and Lion GP drop down behind them. Maximilian Strolpe in for Andy Goulden, and Baujas Erdely gets into the Lion GP car. We also saw that stop for Simol C there. Jürgen Frank getting into that car. And Kai Kasube gets into the Mahler Racing Team car to the very end of this race. Former winner of the iRacing Nürburgring 24-hour race about 10 years ago, I think now. He's got plenty of experience around here in the past and is back into that car again here today. As these continue their fight as well. Just 3 seconds for the lead now, by the way. Kronbach and Woods are continuing to close on Mitchell de Jong out front, but still we wait for that leading battle. And we're probably going to be first seeing some more pit stops as lap 6 of this stint for de Jong is about to draw to a close. I wonder whether he'll be in at the end of this lap.
Let's wait and watch. Let's wait and watch as to what the gap eventually becomes, because when Norby Kish was first making his pit stop behind Mitchell de Jong at the end of this stint, Coanda were roughly 4 seconds ahead of everyone else. That then became 7 seconds as the stint went on. And after that, Felix Kouambak and Lewis Woods have really chipped away at Mitchell de Jong's time. So when HRT Esports by Coanda end up changing their lineup, and when there's a driver swap, there is an opportunity. Maybe, just maybe, we end up seeing this fight for the lead become a 3-car fight.
Yeah, maybe. Let's see whether it does or not for Simol C. Get underway again after their stop. There's lots of stops happening in SP10 here. M&J Townforce are coming back out. They've already been back out again, I should say. They've already made their stop, but Simol C now make theirs, and they're back underway again. So they get back out into the lead. And it's comfortable, isn't it? I mean, I'm not sure I can remember such a comfortable SP10 race from anybody at the moment. Simol C just absolutely dominating at the front.
And there's no question about it. 16 seconds now, the gap that they've got to everyone else as we come to the final hour and a half of this race. 9GP Falcon Sim Racing, what have they got to do? Where will they find the extra lap time to be able to close up a gap that big?
Yes, when you create a gap that large in half of this race or so, it's a pretty daunting task to close it again in less than an hour and a half. But here they come out the pit lane. Eiffel Racing 4th, and Williams F1 Team Gaming are up to 5th, so they've gained places in this stint as well. Still lots more to get though. At the moment they are 3/4 of a minute off the lead, but the big gap is coming up next for them. They'll get past Eiffel Racing, I think, at the end, but then there's a 25-second gap for them to close. That's going to be very challenging.
1 hour 30 minutes. I wonder if that's enough of a time to be able to close a 25-second gap without some sort of madness going through. Interesting times going on in this category, but good to see Williams come back and recover their way up to P5 itself. Meanwhile, in the Cup category, more battling all the way through. That, if I'm not mistaken, would be the Dirty Sports car, wouldn't it? And they're in the middle of everything as well. They've dropped back down to P11 after being in the lead for a long time.
Yes, they've made another stop though, this one a lot longer, and Gregory Hoefson is now driving for them. So they've made their long stop of the day, if you like. That'll be full tank of fuel, 4 tyres changed, and the driver. So full service, and then they'll take on, I'd imagine, just fuel for the final stint of the race, provided they think that first no tyre stint worked, and I think it probably did. So they get to 10th. They're passed Photosec by WMS. And we'll see where they're going to be in relation to EMM Esports, because it wasn't a big gap between them before. But we'll see what it is after the these pit stops have worked themselves out. Could still be a while though before we see that actually happening in this category. And even in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring, where we saw such close fights in that first hour, it's really spread apart now. This is one of the only fights. It's for 3rd place between Julian Sohn and Adrian Greiker, as we've been following intermittently throughout this part of the race.
And we've been dying for them to be fighting on for longer and longer. It's been so much fun to see Julian Sohn and Adrian Greiker close to each other. And look, the Greiker racing team, that's what we're going to call it. Frozen Speed by Gringo. Adrian Greiker has been there for the longest time. We've seen him so often at the DNLS. And you just remember him with his driving, with the kind of aggression he's willing to take and how present he is at all moments of the race. He's a driver who won't shy away from trying to do something special. But the thing is it worth doing something special now? Because as it stands, EMM at the top have a 7-second gap to Smillis Racing, and then 2 seconds between this pack of the Coanda 918 and Frozen Speed Go. Realistically, there is a chance that if they work together, a better result can be taken in, and especially when you consider that Smillis Racing are an AM team, maybe on paper at least, there's an opportunity for them to go get 2nd place for themselves. But Smillis have not been behaving like an AM team. They have schooled both these teams so far, and these are experienced competitors in the DNLS, mind you.
Yeah, indeed. It's great now that we've gone through so many seasons of the DNLS that we have such a bank of moments and memories from seasons and races down the years now. Coanda very much a part of that, as you'd expect them to be, as they are part of such a breadth of sim racing series. And now the Grid and Go teams as well are starting to become that too. First Speed by Grid and Go so close to winning DNLS 2 in this category, chasing a victory again here today, although EMM Esports are controlling this race right now. Lewis Woods versus Felix Quirnbach for second position is still ongoing here, and the rate at which they're closing on Mitchell de Jong is slowing, but they are still closing. Can we say they're favourites for this race or not? It's hard to say. Whether they're fighting for the win or not, though, they're going to fight between themselves, because this is a big battle. As far as this championship is concerned, these two are the contenders in SB9, and they are the ones to watch.
Indeed, no matter what the gap is to the top, it's just been coming down when these two drivers have been working with each other. Lewis Woods for Falcon Sim Racing, Felix going back to BS competition. And there's a reason why BS have that #1 plate on their car. They are the defending champions in this class. Certainly driving like that as well in this entire season so far, after getting a victory in the last round. Very interesting times for Falcon. If things stay as they are, they will end up the first 3 races without going outside the top 2 in terms of results. And that seems to be the most likely result as we reach the final 1 hour 23 minutes of this race. And I wonder, in the last pit stop cycle, if there's any changes and what happens. Will HRT's pace increase or will it go down when Mitchell de Jong has to swap the car around?
Yeah, indeed. It's going to be a case of how can Malte Johansson deal with it, really. The position he's been dealt by Mitchell de Jong. Johansson, the Swedish driver, who's second in line here behind Mitchell de Jong, the sim-only driver. Felix Quirnbach has already taken over from Phil Denez, and Lewis Woods has already taken over from Sindre Setsas. They're both chasing at the moment, because BS Competition have another backup driver of Jaden Combright, who did some of the driving for DNLS 2 as they went on to take victory there. Did BS Competition. That's got them into a decent position in this championship. Just in front, or just in behind, I should say, of Falcon Sim Racing at the moment. This is Julian Sonnen versus Adrian Greiker, one of the few battles on the racetrack who are actually fighting with one another for the most part. It is a case of follow the leader, but not here. Down the back straight they come towards the Tiergarten again. He's going to stay in front, Sonnen, pretty comfortably this time around. Greiker just not close enough, but I mean, these guys still cannot close in at all, really, on Raphael Renhofer, who is 10 seconds in front of these guys, and surely the big favourite to go on and take this race victory.
I'm amazed at how Raphael Renhofer has created that gap to all the others. After the pit stop, he just ran away with it, and his teammate Julian Reimer, who's running in second place, has only now gone up after the Sprinters Racing team is now heading their way towards the pit lane. So even their race, the Sprinters Racing AM team, somewhat unraveling as the second stint has gone on, and it's flown more and more and more and more towards EMM Esports, the number 905, and Raphael Renhofer, who's been the standout driver of the second stint.
Yeah, certainly. There is Andy Gordon. I think he might be chatting to the German commentators in a moment, but he's already done the driving for Nürburgring Esports here in this race. Handed over to Maximilian Straub now. They're down in 9th position in SB9 as the battle continues in SB10. This is part of Etu Escalainen's recovery through the field for Williams F1 Team Gaming. He's in 5th place at the moment, looking to get past the Eiffel Racing 4th place Mercedes, and Escalainen will fly on through. 80 minutes to go though, and look at the gap they've got next up. 28 seconds up to Tim Yarshall of the Falcon Sim Racing team, and that is a very, very long way away. Have Williams hit their limit in this race? I think they might have done with only a 4th place position at the moment.
Yeah, you rightly mentioned it. 50 seconds to the leader, 28 seconds to the next car. Williams F1 Team Gaming. Yeah, Ito Eskelinen, if I have to say that correctly. Yeah, Ito Eskelinen has a tough task up ahead of him as he settles into the last hour and 20 minutes of this race. It'll be a fun stint, nonetheless, as he keeps on driving and tries to find more lap time to explore as the race goes on and on and on. And it essentially kind of becomes like a practice session, doesn't it? It's like a time where you can go in and put in as many qualifying laps as possible, because at this stage, not much to lose if you're Williams. Like, you're losing a lot of points anyway in the championship. Might as well just end it and see where that takes you.
Yeah, indeed. There is that other Williams. Is that? Oh no, sorry, that's Nürburgring Esports course. Looking very much like a Williams car, actually. Number 32. Williams in SB9 are not competing this time round. They've focused in other categories for this season of the DNLS. 1.4 seconds for the lead now for Mitchell de Jong as he gets towards the end of another lap, and he's in thick M2 traffic for the second time this afternoon, and that's probably the reason for the closing gap. We'll get back to the leading fight in a moment, but wow, a second and a half, and it just shows how important traffic is. They're through the final sector at the moment, by the way, right now, and that's why the gap's closing, I think, because Mitchell de Jong has caught those M2s right at the sort of most twisty part of this racetrack.
He has indeed, and then it keeps on getting trickier for him. Wow, we have come up to lap number 13 of this stint. Very, very soon we will see another driver change, and de Jong could finally go out of the car, and it could come Matthew Johansson for him. This could be the decisive moment. Falcon and BS need to work together. Now 2 seconds that gap. Pump drafting as they go towards the Dottinger. They really can sense the opportunity cooking up ahead. Their teammates will be telling them of the lap times that the HRT car is clocking. No sense for BS and Falcon to race against each other now as they are showcasing. It's a time of teamwork, it's a time of coordination, and a time to build towards a big push at the end of this race.
And it's time to come in for Mitchell de Jong. So he went 1 lap shorter than the others last time round. He has to therefore pit after another 7 laps, and that will be 1 lap shorter than what Lewis Woods and Felix Kronbach are able to do here. I think ideally de Jong maybe could have come in last lap around, because I've avoided a bit of that traffic there for a moment. But anyway, he's in, and so's Norby Kish, because they came in a lap earlier last time, don't forget. So Woods and Kronbach carry on with Alexei Nesov, and Caleb Hyde is going to carry on as well, but he's a long way down for Next Level Racing Esports. That top 3 will continue on again. Can Woods and Kronbach maybe make an overcut here? Can they go quicker while Mitchell de Jong and then indeed Malte Johansson are in the pit lane, and indeed not actually have to make the pass on the racetrack at all and just pass him in the pit lane? It will take a very, very good in-lap from those guys right now to do that.
Malte Johansson now needs to put in a crazy quick out lap, get in sync with the car. He's been watching Mitchell de Jong and everything he's been doing. He must have been getting feedback on the machine. Fresh tires, adding fuel as well. Everything now points towards the direction that Malte Johansson has to pick up the pace and has to get going if there is a chance for HRT Esports by Coanda to maintain the win. Meanwhile, more touching and more racing towards B11 in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy. Coanda number 917 on the tail of the Fositec by WMS car. Bert Muller is keeping Sean Terry behind as they go racing past the traffic.
Oh dear. Coanda here with important pass to make, because they've already stopped here and they're trying to get past guys who haven't. So out of Bergvik they go, and up towards Kesselsen they will get through, but maybe cost them a little bit more time than they would have liked. They got caught up in behind one of the bits of slower traffic, as you so often do as a Porsche Cup driver. Malte Johansson is out of the pit lane, by the way. 39 seconds in the pit lane. It's a bit long, though. See, it's the longest stop that anyone's made in this race so far, apart from those for damage in the SB9 category. So I reckon Woods and Kronbach, since they're working together so well, we saw the bump drafting that was going on for them a couple of moments ago. They're working together so well that I think they're going to be in the race lead here in a few moments' time. But let's see if Janssen can do something special on these outlaps.
It's a time to push. You get a feeling every single team and driver has upped a gear in terms of their pace now as we come towards the final few moments and the final hour and 15 minutes of this race. Look at these two. Incredible discipline displayed by Falcon Sim Racing in BS competition. The 1 and 2 in this championship are 1 and 2 in this race as well. And it was only likely to happen this way. The kind of lap times that Lewis Woods and Felix Bowenbach have been posting in have been so consistent, barely missing the mark, constantly working with each other. And I find it outstanding, Ewan, such a test of your discipline that you've been racing with someone for almost 2 hours now, still not putting in overtakes, still being mindful of the fact that, hey, there's a bigger picture to fight for, and you've been doing so successfully together. The only real duo I remember today who's genuinely closed up time on the car ahead of them.
Look at these two absolutely locked in step, and here is that fight in the Porsche Cup class as well again. Karaike and Sonen, who are coming in together now with an hour and 13 remaining. They will have to make another stop before the end. Here is their second stop of the day now for the two of them. Karaike just pulling out there just to try and see where his pit box is. And, it's made very difficult by the fact that Coanda car is right in front of him there, which is why he just had to turn out. And now then, driver changes. So these guys have done just over half the race. Tastelen is going to get into the grid and go-kart. There's going to be a driver change here for a number of these teams, actually. Unsure as to who is getting in just for the moment, though, as our time screen updates. Elliot Veyron for Coanda. Luca Alpert gets in for the 905 team, and they're going up on the jacks here, EMM. So are we going to see those other teams in the Porsche Cup Class get anywhere near the race leaders, or is it going to be Luca Alpert with a clear road to the win here at the end?
It's an important time in the Cup category. This is where things changed around, and that's how the number 905 EMM car was able to get such a big run out of the pit stops. Scherer Esports Cup are the team leading, but they've only made one pit stop, so expect them to come in at some point too. EMM Esports number 905 maintaining their lead at the top of this category, but now Frozen Speed Grid and Go, interestingly, roughly 7 odd seconds behind. Sprinters Racing now, in fact, in second, with Frozen Speed Grid and Go third. So there has been the status quo maintained. EMM from Sprinters, from Frozen Speed, from Coanda. Similar order now, 7 seconds between EMM and Sprinters, and then a further second between Sprinters and Frozen Speed Grid and Go.
Here comes the Dot Don't Shop in time in the M2 category. Wolf Motorsport. Just in the right place there, because if they were to get alongside by Kesselschön, then the Dot Don't Shop car would definitely have got through. Now they've got to sort of regain their momentum and get the slingshot again on the way towards the Moot Curve. And they are able to get alongside, but are they able to get through? No. And Wolf Motorsport doing a good job of holding on as a result of that bit of fortunate timing with momentum, but nevertheless a good bit of defending to stay in 7th. Further up the field, BS Competition are back to second, by the way, and they're closing on Scherer Esports at the front. What a statement this would be for BS Competition to win from here, even though they spun on the opening lap of the race. With more than an hour to go, they're only 2 seconds off the lead, and that, I suppose, in itself is quite a statement.
That is phenomenal. Ruben Bonga, a driver with a lot of experience racing in the Nürburgring over the last few years. He's made it count, driving with such pace, and their lap times are also interesting. Taking a second, almost second and a half out of the lap time of Scherer Esports in that one last lap by itself. Some comeback drive for BS Competition in the M2 Cup class. And over there as well, Smiller Esports Red and Green, they have faded away, Ewan. They were so close to the lead. Now both of them roughly 12 to 14 seconds behind. Somehow something's changed big time for them.
Yeah, indeed. Side by side for the lead suddenly. So Well, I wasn't expecting this before the end of the lap, but I suppose pit stops are coming here. So finally, they've decided to go side by side, and well, Lewis Woods anyway is going to get through here just for that extra car length really on the way into the pit lane. Doesn't really matter, but you want to be the one in front rather than behind, and there's not much Felix Krumbach can do to hold him off. So challenge for the lead here on the racetrack for the first time in ages, and with 70 minutes to go, these two are into pit lane. The question will be, where is Malte Johansson, and is he anywhere near these two who will be making their way out of pit lane in a few moments' time?
Now we shall find out, Malte Johansson, has he settled into this car as well as we hope he has? The other Nürburgring esports car behind as well with Alexei Nazov. Time for him to come in the pit lane too. Malte Johansson was 52 seconds off when these guys came into the pit lane. A normal pit stop would be around 30 odd seconds plus 24 odd seconds extra in the pit lane. So it could be close. You could well see Coanda catching up here. It's a waiting game. Falcon BS, is there going to be an undercut between either of the two? Anyone looking to go for a short stop and then get an advantage? We shall find out. Service done. Still waiting for the 30 seconds to complete.
Yeah, and indeed for all the fuel to get in here as well. So tyres done, but you're waiting on the fuel now, over 30 seconds, so they can go. And Krumbach goes earlier. Woods is going to pack this car full of fuel by the looks of things. Krumbach does not. So out of the pit lane, where is Johansson? He's nowhere near these guys. Absolutely nowhere near them. His stop was way, way longer. 5 seconds longer than Krumbach's. Their in-laps were probably better anyway. Now the tyres will need to warm up here, of course. So that will lose them a bit of the time. But Johansson is 10 seconds off the lead at the moment. And a slightly shorter stop from Krumbach there has got him the lead in front of Lewis Woods. Now, will that flip around again in terms of pit stop length for the next pit stop, or is that just how it's going to be? RPS Competition in control of this race, I wonder.
Interesting times. 9.5 seconds for Coanda to be able to gain. They suddenly find themselves away from the lead, and it's all happened in the last hour and a half. BS Competition, Falcon closing the lap time so much. Behind them in the SP9 class, more battles keep on going on. Scherer Esports with Fernando Cirella and Stint 1 Chiara's Motorsport have had a tough day today with Dennis Menzer now in P14. This Mustang has run higher. We have seen it in the upper positions, but for now, contending for P13-14, still a matter of pride and trying to make sure that the day ends up being a little more fun.
Well, indeed, with one of these battles on board. As they come down the back straight now. Indeed, Next Level Racing Esports, Scherer Esports, Stint 1 Chiara's Motorsport are all involved here. Dennis Menzer still driving here. Hasn't he driven from the beginning? I think he's still going to the slipstream. I'm not sure he's quite going to get through by the time they get to the end of the lap, and indeed isn't, but just shows, doesn't it, that this, first of all, this SP9 class is absolutely massive, and there's still 17 cars running in it, as everyone in this race indeed is still running, but also that there are battles all the way up and down this field, and yeah, we've got that one for the lead now that's just simmering away, ready for later. But in the moment, we've got this one, 3 cars battling over 12th position at the moment, although no points involved here. It's just for a bit of fun, and Scherer fire down the inside, as does Menzer as well. 2 overtakes in 1 there.
Very fun. A Mustang fight that we're seeing for P12. Scherer, Stint 1, Next Level Racing, all together. And then the BMW getting a bit of a tap from the background. Oh man, as they fight all 3 together at the GP circuit. This is the only real place where you can really fight before you get to the hills, and it settles back down again for 8 more minutes. Fun to see battles in all the other categories as well. No team is leaving anything out there.
No, indeed. Still 65 minutes remaining, so the final pit stops are not able to be made yet. A battle for the lead in the M2 class, by the way, is on its way in the next couple of moments. As BS Competition have caught Scherer Esport there. That'll be one to watch as well. Some of these fights just simmering away, but as I mentioned earlier, what a statement it is for BS Competition to have spun on the opening lap of this race and still got up to the back of Sherry Sport and potentially go on and win this race. I mean, you do not see that very often in terms of a recovery from so far down, but we're seeing it right now from BS Competition pretty comfortably coming back through the field to maybe go on and still win this race.
That is the spirit of endurance racing. Just keep on pushing, keep on going on and on and on, and you never know what may happen. I remember us discussing that early on in the race, like, how's it going to work out for them? Is there any scope of coming back? Just staying in this race has put them in a position where they can at least get talking about it. And then it's a different matter depending on how things go about, if they can genuinely make it happen. Very similar for Smilla Esports Red and Green as well. 14 seconds for these two to be able to climb up if they are to fight for the top two positions. And somehow they've lost time. Like, if BS Competition have been the big winners of this last stint, Smilla, both these machines, yeah, they've lost the positions badly.
Yeah, they're third and fourth now in the team. Benari Racing just in behind them in this fight. So, not what you want to see, isn't it? Speed Sim RC Mustang has to work its way past. That's Jürgen Frank now, who's very much driving away from the rest in terms of finishing in 7th place, but catching the top 6 is going to be very, very difficult for him from there, unless there is a mistake up in front, or indeed drama up in front. Plenty more drama, I'm sure, to come in the next hour of this race. It's the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecke Series here from the Nürburgring Nordschleife, round 3 of our 25-26 season. Still, especially in SP9 and M2, there are fights to be won and lost in the next hour, so make sure you stay with us here on the English stream. We'll be back in a few moments' time with the final hour of the race coming up after this.
Hol dir jetzt dein eigenes Motorsporterlebnis nach Hause. Dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de.
Liebe Fans,
Lovely fans.
besucht uns auf unseren Social Media Kanälen,
Follow us.
Auf Facebook, Instagram.
YouTube und TikTok.
Willkommen bei der DNLS.
Well, welcome back with just an hour to go, just over an hour to go here from the Nürburgring. We are live with the 3rd round of the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecke Series in 2025-26, with still an exciting battle at the front of the field to settle. The two championship rivals have not been running 1 and 2 at all, really, until the last few moments, and they made their most recent pit stops. They're now 3 seconds apart, with BS Competition leading this race in the number 1 car in front of Falcon Sim Racing. HRT Esports by Coanda, who have been leading for the first 2 hours, are now 3rd in front of the Marla Racing team. Shezi Esports and 5th and Nürburgring Esports with a big gap behind them. Well, to be fair, Nürburgring Esports have lost quite a lot of time since we were on the break there. Sim RC catching them very quickly. Nürburgring Esports round up the top 8. Indeed, those major point scorers. It looks like it's a fight between the top 2 here, Sumil. BS Competition are over 3 seconds in front, though. And yes, their pit stop was 3 seconds shorter last time round, but who's to say the next stops won't be the same time and they'll be able to retain that lead? They hold the advantage at the moment with an hour to go.
This is a crucial time. It's breakaway time for BS Competition. And yes, because they've stopped for 3 seconds shorter, inevitably some fuel saving has to be done. But that has to be done for everyone. Everyone's got to save and push. It's just how you manage it and when you do it and what sort of windows you open up for yourself to be able to have some luxury. This is a luxury that BS Competition have earned after some really disciplined fighting throughout the race. Leaving Coanda behind, leaving Falcon behind, even Marla. The big mystery happens to be Sheza Esports though, because they were running 2nd in the first stint. Very weird to see them dropping off and how.
very unusual what's gone on here. Yeah, Constant Sharp's got a meatball here, so we'll need to find out what's gone on there for Nürburgring Esports, because clearly they've hit the wall somewhere. Don't know where for the moment, or indeed how. Manfield by team by WWR and ninth at Smiley Esports Pro, running at the top 10. They're not far in front of Line GP, actually. Share Esport 12 in front of Stint 1 KRS Motorsport, with Level 1 Racing Esport, Eiffel Kind Esport, and German Sim Racing. Rounding off the top 16. The only other team in the race still are Enduracor Racing, and they're quite a long way back now. They've already made 3 pit stops, and I don't think they can even get to the end from there either. So they're going to be a very, very long way off the back of the field. But I mean, I'm not sure if this is entirely true or not, but it seems to me that meatball for Schaff is the first one we've actually seen here today. It's been very, very clean. These first 2 hours, pretty much no big crashes at all, which is just remarkable around such a difficult circuit like this one.
I know, right? It's like the drivers have been preparing for the last couple of months, wanting to give us as clean a show as we possibly can get. Barely any crashes, barely any people tapping into each other. Sure, a couple of people have bumped into each other, but no major incidents. I mean, right, I think that meatball, that orange and black flag that you get to inform that you have parts dangling off your car and you must come in. Only one I remember. I cannot recollect any major incident apart from the first lap, which some of you might be like, oh, there's not been major incidents, but then the race has been simmering, it's been brewing up. The way BS and Falcon have been closing up and now have created their space at the top of SP9 just gives you an idea of what kind of race we've had. A bit of a slow burn, but one where lots of storylines have emerged over the 2 hours.
Yeah, I will just go through some of that. We haven't actually mentioned the penalties really since the start of this race. They haven't been popping through, but they have been applied. I'll just go through them after we've seen the Porsche Cup standings. EMM Esports leading still. Smilius Racing having a wonderful race in the AM class, taking potentially the championship league, maybe the whole championship with it in one day. Front speed by Dringo are right with them. That's about what you can see on your screen. Coanda and Dor are fighting as well. EMM Esports are in 7th with Carlar Esports, then big gap back to them. They are down in 8th. In terms of penalties, in this Porsche Cup class, actually, we've got Mark Bowser of Team Nitro with a drive-through penalty. We'll have served that already. SSC Commerce Esport, 5-second time penalty for the for contact with AC Oberhausen earlier in the race. We spoke about the Dennis Menzi penalty earlier. Oscar Pai got a 20-second time penalty earlier for forcing car 914. That's the non-leading EMM car off the road repeatedly, in the words of race control. And those are the penalties we've seen today. So you know, even that is a low amount of penalties for this race. In terms of actual ones for contact, you've got 3 over the course of the entire race. That just shows what a clean race it's been as well.
Very cool, very cool. That's the kind of stuff we want to see at an event of this caliber. We have top quality officiating, such a strong system of doing things, and it's always good to see the drivers respect that and give us some good racing, as we have seen in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy. I think the best racing of the lot has come from this category. I want to see more from the AM teams, more from Fossatec, more from Scherer, from Avia, WNSC Motorsport, because so far, one AM team has been setting this category alight. Smillis Racing. Tim Matska is now in the car, a driver you may remember from Maniti Racing in the past, and watching DNLS and other races around the iRacing circuit as well. Good to see the battles going on, but it looks very much nailed on as a EMM Esports 905 victory, if something dramatic does not happen.
Yeah, indeed. If Tim Matchka's still at Maniti, or whether he's just on loan or indeed moved. Anyway, Sim RC leading in SB10. The battle for second ongoing between Line GP and Falcon Sim Racing. Williams F1 Team Gaming down in 4th. That could be very, very costly for them. As it stands, Sim RC would only need a podium finish at next week's DNLS 4 to go on and win the season, win the championship. Eiffel Racing 5th in front of Emma J, down 4th with Nürburgring Esports and AC Oberhausen your top 8. That would, really release the pressure from Sim RC, because I mean, if you just look at this race, they're nearly a minute in front of a position that would lose them a championship in that hypothetical scenario next week. That is a pretty big gap, and it's looking very comfortable for Sim RC, to be honest, both in this race and therefore in this championship as well, with where Williams are.
Yeah, Williams only before their major competitors. Unlikely that they're going to be finding their way on the podium. And in the SP10, Sim RC already with 1 win. If you end up winning 2 wins, if you end up getting 2 wins in this championship, that's more or less case closed. You already have like 1 hand on the trophy. The rest is just consistent results. And in the last round, they were second. That's almost championship done for Sim RC if things stay as they are. More can be expected from Falcon. They are in the top 5 though. Eiffel Racing in P5, MJ Downforce in 6, Nürburgring Esports number 187 and 7. AC Oberhausen have been very visible and lots of action has flown through them in their Aston Martin.
Yeah, it certainly has. It's been penalties applied around them and all sorts. And this is the M2 category where BS Competition are now leading again. They took the lead just as we went to break 10 minutes ago. And the pit stops mean that they've now got a very large lead. Similarly, Esports Green are in second in front of Endurocure Racing and Adopt Don't Shop, who are only just in front of Thomas Engerson Racing, and that's about what you can see on your screen there. Share Esport, Minari Racing and Racing Lounge 77 round off the top 8. Yes, there are pit stops involved in this, but what an impressive drive from BS Competition here. The Share Esport team came in time round. Ben Elias Reimer trying to do something clever to make sure they can get back in front of BS Competition, which is going to be difficult, but they need to try something at this stage in the season.
And I wonder what it will be. I wonder how you're able to close up a gap this big in the final stint. Sure, at some point you're hoping for things to go your way, but nonetheless, 18 seconds in an M2. Once that back breaks away, it is just so hard to be able to gain time. You've got to do something extraordinary lap after lap. You've got to channel your inner Caracciola or Nuvolari at this circuit to be able to come up with a Fangio Hill for that matter, if you want to be able to close a gap like that. But no, otherwise, very clean racing here. Benari, Adopt Don't Shop, Scherer, they've been in the thick of things consistently. As Racing Lounge 77, Nürburgring Esports, Wolf Motorsport, and the Smiller Esports Red Team round off this category. Interesting to see the Smiller Red car so far back. Something's gone on in the last few minutes.
Yeah, indeed. We'll try and figure out as we get through these last 52 minutes of this race. Still lots of traffic to negotiate, still lots that can happen over the course of this race. But indeed, at the very front of the race, it is 7 seconds between Kurbach and Wolf at Woods, and maybe that is a sign that BS Competition can go on and win this race. If they were to do that with Falcon in second, they will be trailing by 1 single point heading into the final round of the season, which effectively makes it whoever finishes ahead of the other, if they have a good result, of course. If they're both in the top 7 or 8, then it's whoever finishes ahead of the other, which could be very exciting. And then I don't think anybody else would really be involved. The Marlon Racing team would lose further points here. They'd lose another 9 to BS Competition, so they'd still be in contention mathematically, but it wouldn't be likely. EMM Esports at the moment, obviously taking another 15 points, would really extend their championship lead this time round over Coanda by another 9. At the moment, I think they are in championship winning position because the gap would be 20. Indeed, they are in championship winning position. Coanda need to get to second, and maybe that even won't be enough at this stage in the race. EMM looking very, very good in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring category. As I mentioned before, in SP10, Sim RC leading this race mean that, first of all, it would just be a 2-horse race between themselves and Williams, but also means they only have to finish on the podium of the next round to win the season. And BS Competition are in a similar situation to EMM in the Porsches, where they could seal the title in the next hour. So there's two contrasts, isn't there? An incredibly tight SB9 title fight again, and some people who might have the championship all won with, in an hour's time. There's still a round to go.
Still a lot of time in this championship. In this 1 hour, a lot of things can change by themselves too. So strap yourselves in, guys. Like a close finish can hopefully be expected somewhere. As it stands, I think our best bet's going to be M2 competition, right? 4 seconds to gap right now. Even BS and SP9 have sped away from Falcon. They've really taken off in the last few minutes. If there's any place to expect some sort of fun, I think it would be M2. And you're right, yeah, we could see championships being decided today.
We very much could do. As Sean Ter continues his quest to get up into 6th position here. Jerome Fisher just up in front. Ter still has to stop again here. Jerome Fisher may probably does have to actually as well. He's on lap 3 of his stint already with still 50 minutes to go. So both of these having to stop again, although Fisher probably for less time. Not battle I was expecting to see actually pop up at any point in this race. This is in the M2 category. Oh, sorry, in the SP10s rather. Just 2 BMWs instead. It's for 2nd position between Falcon and Lion GP. It's a long way in front of Williams, and look at that bit of artwork in the background there. Anton Jemisch has got the right poster up for this broadcast. Has waved slow up right in front of them through the carousel there.
Yeah, that got a bit tricky there, nearly bumping into the Falcon car up ahead. That would have upset a few people, and a few conversations would be had for sure after getting so close. Falcon being one of the top teams heading into this round as the 3rd fastest. You don't want to be upsetting those, especially when you are 4th in the championship as it stands. Yeah, tough, tricky times for the INGP, and since then they've lost a bit of time to the Falcon car ahead of them in this category. Still, both of them chasing Sim RC, the elusive Sim RC, who somehow are just building that gap further with consistent lap times around the 8-minute 30s. Sim RC, DNLS team with Adam Isaacson behind the wheel, 27.5 seconds. That is a gap that is not closing down. In the meantime, we have more fighting going on. This would be the M2 category, the Smiller race, the Smiller Esports green team, trying to get ahead of Vinari Racing and then almost tapping them as we head towards the Nordschleife and begin the run around the hill.
Yeah, they've been overtaken by them here, Similia, and so going to have to get themselves back through again if possible. But they're about to get onto the Nordschleife section, which is not particularly conducive to that kind of move. As the pit stops have been made here, 4.5 seconds is the gap for BS competition. As you can see, it looks like in the M2 class, they're on their way to another victory and perhaps a championship as well. That's unconfirmed at the moment. They'd have a 15-point gap, which probably would be too much. 15 points the value of 1 race win. So, and they'd be able to win the tiebreaker with most races won, having won the first 3. So they'd be on their way to a title, as EMM Esports would as well. If they win their races, then they will be champions with still 1 round to go next weekend, by the way. We'll be back same time, same place next Saturday with the final round of this championship in, as I say, 7 days' time. Here comes Ben Gallert for Similia. He looks like he's just staying behind on the way towards Schredenkreuz there. He didn't want to get past there, or chose not to, it looked to me like he chose not to get past.
Battling continues. Cars racing at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Is there a better way to spend your weekend? Smiller Esports Green, Ben Gallard in the car behind. Vinari now ahead, holding on to P3, and there was a bit of a look from Smiller Esports wanting to get themselves on the top 3 positions of this race. It's a bit tricky there, could not be able to find their way past in the hill. Meanwhile, we shift our focus to the lead category in this championship with Stint 1 KRS Motorsport, Dennis Meneza actually, with Fernando Cirella of Share Esports behind him at the boot cover. Both these Mustangs fighting their way out with 45 minutes left to go in this race.
Indeed. Final pit stop's not too far away. We're in the window now where you can make them and get to the end. And don't the people in SP10 know it? Sim RC, John Ayerland just making his way out again. He's got a big gap over Ellsworth stopping in behind. Tim Marshall will hope he's leading them all off pit lane in a second here for the Falcon Sim Racing team. And I think that he may well be in just a moment. He's not left the pit lane yet, though, from this race. He's still... and there he goes. So, and he does indeed have a second over Anton Zemisch as well. So, Falcon Sim Racing comfortable in second. And they may well start to look, see how close can we get to Williams today. Might be able to get 5 points closer as it stands, and that would mean they're only 7 behind going into the final race of the season. But they're fighting for second in SP10 now. It very much looks like this is in the Porsche Cup class here. The fight between Coanda and Door Esports is going on up the road, but this is the EMM car with the other Coanda Esports team. For 6th position, Jeroen Fischer and Sean Ter, as we were seeing earlier on. Ter might have to come into pit lane this time round, though, so we'll wait and see on that. But at the moment, he's down in 7th position, still trailing EMM, as everybody is at the front of the field. Here is the M2 category, and it's for 3rd again. Venari Racing was looking like they were having to defend there into the carousel, and they managed to do so in front of Smiley Esports Green. Ben Gallett, who I think again has really been choosing to not get past in the last few moments, but these guys are fighting to the end now, so it would make a bit more sense to see a bit more fighting, but so far that's not really happened between these two.
Yeah, it hasn't. It's been interesting. Both these two cars have been together for only the last few laps proper since that fuel cycle came around, and then very interesting to see Ben Gallett hasn't quite put a big lunge on. Maybe it's realization that there is no real requirement to do so. Like, you only need to be ahead on the final lap of this race, and that's when you can potentially use the slipstream and get ahead. Although I personally would love to be able to get past and then try to build a gap, but so far Smiller Esports Green happy to stay along, happy to trundle along, quite like the Coanda team as well, who have been following for a long time the Smillis Racing machine as well, and also the Frozen Speed Grid and Go. This is one place where we are seeing some racing. Frozen Speed chased by Smillis Racing, who want to hold on and get their first podium of the entire season, not just in the AM category, but in the Pro category, against the big dogs, making sure that there is a place for themselves. And then Coanda, in the background, roughly 5 seconds away, with Durr also not too far off.
Yeah, indeed. Just trying to work out where this would put Smillis Racing in the championship. They only had 4 points going into this. Good race for the opening round of the championship. They finished in 6th, which is very good for an AM team. Sorry. Carlo, though, with 2 appearances in the top 7, 1 in the top 5 in round 1, getting them the championship lead so far. So they're trailing by 2 points coming in. If they were to get the 8 points here, Smillis, they'd be on 12 overall. Carlo at the moment, where are they? I think they're in the top 8, so they're going to get some decent points. Yeah, they are indeed in 8th place, so well, they're going to get 1 point. So they would lose their championship lead, and they'd only be on 7 points compared to the 12 of Smillis Racing, and so suddenly Carlisle would be sort of requiring themselves to get a 4th place finish overall next time, and that would be very, very tricky. If Smillis Racing can even get into 2nd here, finish in 2nd in this race, they save a bit more fuel here with Tim Matska, then all of a sudden this AM team are looking very, very competitive to come through and win the title. And the points they're accumulating tonight might get them a very long way.
You never know. You never know. They could well end up winning as well. It's still a long way to go in this race, and a gap of just 8.5 seconds is attainable within 40 seconds. It's not over yet. Smillis Racing could be in this. Jeroen Fischer, though, the number 914, a car we saw in the top 2 for a long time, now having to settle in behind the other Coanda of Sean Terra for 7th position. Yeah, really tricky for the EMM car. Wanting to get into P6 and will get so as the Coanda goes in the pit lane.
So final stop made by Chanter. And it's just in time to pass some more M2 traffic, because this is the battle they were about to encounter for third position. Therefore, Scherer and Beer's competition will be not too far away to lap either. But here is the battle for third position with just less than 40 minutes remaining. And there are the Porsche Cup cars on board with Gregory Hovsen now for Dory Sports. Oh, trying to get down the inside of the Ferrari racing car. Desperately trying to stay with Coanda, and in doing that has just lost a bit of time, lost a car length or so. He's got to push hard here to get back into the slipstream here, back into an opportunity maybe to try and get past that Coanda Porsche in front.
They have been trying and trying and trying and trying. They were also in the lead of this race at one point after going in for a shorter stop. Very impressive that they've been able to hold on to this Coanda team and have tagged along with the number 918 with Elliot Baden behind the wheel of that one. But so far, Gregory Hovsen, can he keep it clean and just take this battle towards the latter part of this race? That's when mistakes start to pop up and people tend to react differently under pressure. All you've got to do is take it deeper and a better result could be handy.
So quite dark for Hovsen in his room, not per se a fan, get a headache. But anyway, he was out of the opening sector and on the way towards Flugplatz now. A little bit of a rest for him, just able to look up and look around, maybe at his relative, look what's ahead in terms of traffic, look behind if anybody's catching him. And so far, neither really the case. There's a bit of free track for them here. He's done well to get back into the slipstream, though. That was the real thing he had to do here in this car, because that little bit of traffic through the Grand Prix layout just split them apart for a moment. And it meant that he had to get back on terms, but he has done that now. This is a battle that's going to continue on to the very end here. The last time these were in were quite a long time ago. Hovsen might indeed be in at the end of this lap. Veyron might go on a bit further, but they both still have to stop before the end of this race. So maybe that's why we're not quite going to see a fight from them just yet.
Very interestingly, in the meantime, I've been keeping a keen eye on what PS Competition are doing at the top of SP9s. Get a word on that in a second, as Tim Matske still holds on and still is very close by to Frozen Speed by Grittengo, with Gunonzo Tan Stalen behind the wheel of that. Another driver bringing in a lot of experience, and we've seen around the sim racing circles in the last few years. Tazdelen has a job to just get the car across the line. Frozen Speed were not a team we constantly saw in the battle for the top two. That was more EMM, that was more sprinters racing, but have been very solid in this second stint, and even the lap times prove so.
A nice bit of traffic there for Tastellan, just to get himself away from Matske for a moment. 0.6 of a second, just over. But Matske back in the slipstream is not far away. He's not allowing himself to be distanced just yet. Staying very close in behind. And there's the next group. So they're not actually that far away here. So maybe it's smart to work together a little bit more, actually, for Veyron and Hovsen. Last time round, they closed in, especially on Tastellan, who was caught by Matske last lap around as well. But Veyron and Hovsen therefore caught the group too. This is Sim RC versus Nürburgring Esports, and Konstantin Sharp, who's got a new car after that meatball early, was able to drive it back and take the faster pair, and now he's back towards Sim RC into the slipstream in the Aston Martin. The first time in SP9 we've seen a pass on the road for some time. As he gets into the slipstream, he pulls over to the left-hand side, and Sharp has rather impressively picked himself up from that mistake he made earlier, clearly, and he's straight back through again on Sim RC.
Well done. Well done. Good to see some racing at the Dottingerhöhe after a little bit of a simmering period where we saw all the teams and drivers build up their entire stints. We want to see more of that. Jürgen Frank is a driver we've seen for a long time too. We normally see him in the DCR world. Good to see him in GT3s with the Ford, pushing the limits of that car. Meanwhile, more fighting behind them too. Maximilian Strupp and Scherer Esports SPN with Fernando Cirella still in that fight for P9 and P10. And now you get a feeling they're going to go gung-ho. Last 35 minutes, what's the reason to hold off? What's the reason to be conservative? Here comes the move. Fernando Cirella on the inside at turn number 1. Gets a good entry, good exit, nice and clean.
Yeah, straight through. Nicely executed on the brakes down there to get into position. Tamili Sports Pro, by the way, and German Sim Racing both making a pit stop last time round. That'll be their last pit stop of the day. The best placed team so far, actually, Milo Racing Team, to have made their final stop of the day so far. Still plenty of teams having to do that, though. And by the way, a penalty, a pretty big one as well. Mattia Hansen for HRT Esports by Coanda, the pole sitters and very long-time race leaders here, have been given a 5-second time penalty for pushing the Tamili Esports red car off the track at the Tiergarten, which is going to drop them down further away from the leading two. It's not actually going to lose them any positions for the moment. It's going to drop them, though, away from those leading two because of the penalty. It's a fairly minor penalty, so it must have been too bit of a major contact there. And Johansson, therefore, has gotten away with it a little bit, but so it can't have been too big of an infringement. Just over half an hour to go then. This battle continues on screen between Door Esports and Coanda as well. It's been going on for some time. We've got just half an hour left in the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecke Series for season 2025-26 here in the third round of the championship. Some championships potentially to be won in the next half an hour. So make sure you stay with us here. We're going to take a very quick break. We'll be back on the Nürburgring after this.
Dein eigenes Motorsporterlebnis nach Hause. Dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de.
Liebe Fans,
Lovely fans.
besucht uns auf unseren Social Media Kanälen,
Follow us.
Auf Facebook, Instagram.
YouTube und TikTok.
Willkommen bei der DNLS.
Well, just a half an hour to go then in this third round of the championship. Potentially, classes could be settled in their championships here today. EMM Esports, as long as they go on to win in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring, will do exactly that. And BS Competition will too in the M2 category if they go on to win their category. They are in championship winning position as it stands. But there are still pit stops to come. Still many laps around the Nürburgring to come, and none of those come too easy. So anything can happen. Myself, Ian O'Leary and Super Aurora taking you through the action here today as we follow another battle in the M2 category between Thomas Enger Sim Racing and Wolf Motorsport. Connor Carnick trying to get through on Heike Schaefer here in towards turn one, or is there going to be some working together going on here? No, Carnick is going to go down the inside into turn one, pretty late on the brakes, and late enough indeed to go straight through into sixth position. So a nice easy pass made down the inside.
Schaefer trying to make sure that he can use the mechanical grip of his car to be able to find something. Looks slightly to the outside, then settles back in on the inside of the arena section as well. There'll be plenty of chances for this battle to simmer and brew into something even more interesting. And then, as the race progresses, you normally tend to see drivers go through that middle patch where there are lots of conserving and saving to be done. and then you come to the end where it's all full push, flat out to the end. This is that time. It's time to go racing properly. Gone is the time of conservation. Gone is the time of fuel saving and management and just reaching a certain point in that stage. We have reached that point in that stage where drivers would want to go all out. And now, there are a few battles that we are keeping an eye out. For the win, not really any in SP9 or the Porsche Cup category, or even SP10s for that matter. Closest one that comes up to mind is what we're seeing in the M2 class with BS Competition, who found their way back up into P1 against Scherer, who are 7 seconds behind. But there are other battles like this, like the Spiller Esports Green versus Vinari battle, that have kept us entertained for a very, very long time, and we might just see a fun end towards them in the next few minutes.
Indeed, and in these last few moments, we've seen lots of battles popping up here. Although, to be fair, this one has been going on for a while. Ben Gallett now in front of, or still in front, I should say, probably, of the Vinari Racing team. Not too many of the same happening in SP9 yet, but the last stops haven't happened yet. It looks like this race might have even, been sort of settled in this previous stint from Felix Kronbach. They've been out there for coming up to 6 laps now. The number 1 car has just started another lap, so on to their 6th lap, and the gap now 12 seconds. I know the gap was about 2 as they came out the pit lane, so that's a fairly significant advantage already been pulled out through the pit stops. But even so, what a stint this has been from Felix Kronbach, who is now on his way to a race victory and also bringing this championship to within 1 point going into the final round. For all of the championships that are being settled here early and perhaps are in an easy, well, not easy, but certainly a comfortable scenario for SimRC, for example, what a prospect that is in SP9 to have 1 point separating the two.
Yeah, it'll be so much fun. Just so excited for the last round as well to see how these battles settle up. BS versus Falcon is one that will be very exciting to watch next week if things stay as it is, and if there's a swap around, if Falcon come ahead, man, that'll be even more chaotic. So much drama in store for all of us. Last 30 minutes today and then tomorrow as well. It's in a way good that BS Competition are winning this race as it stands, because then there'll be 2 wins for them, 2 second places for Falcon. Pretty much a shootout till the very end in the last round. And then when you're head-to-head against each other for 3 hours with only 1 mission of beating the other car, it's sometimes very interesting to see when the teams tend to change their strategies around.
This is the battle for 12th in SP9, by the way. Leon Weigel and Bowser Sedley. GP were a bit further up the field earlier on. They're down 2 places on where they qualified now. Biggest mover forward, by the way, Next Level Racing Esports, who are up to 11th now in this race. It's very congested around this part of the field, though, and here comes Bowser Sedley looking to regain one of those places lost over the course of the day. Long Dottinger going to provide the Mustang with the chance to get through here. Should do. He's pulled out the slipstream, though. He's not got anywhere, and look at that. The Aston Martin going round the outside and able to hold on to the place. Now then, stop and go penalty of just 2 seconds here for the Scherer Esports Cup 2 car, which is for a minimum standing time of 30 seconds, not completed in their most recent pit stop on lap 17, only 28.2 seconds and not 30. You mentioned that as a rule earlier on. It's something you've got to work around in terms of your strategy, because it's very easy to make a stop less than 30 seconds in one of these races, as Bowser certainly gets down the inside. So that's the reason for that very, very short penalty.
It's so slam dunk. It's one of the simplest ones out there. Just have to be there in the pit box for 30 seconds. Yeah, that is somewhat inexcusable at a stage like this. That's a basic operational one. And yes, it's a penalty we've had just for this season. It's something new that teams and drivers have to get used to, but we've already had 2 rounds. So it is surprising that a penalty like this has come around at this time.
It's probably just a miscalculation, a momentary brain fade. It's a lot of rules to remember, of course, and so easy to happen. And I think it's happening up and down the field, actually. The Nürburgring Esports number 32 team have done it now too. They are currently 8th. Maximilian Stroop has made a pit stop only a couple of minutes ago, and according to my timing screen, he's made 32nd of a pit stop, but clearly not when race control have looked into it, because they've been given a 1 second stop and go penalty as well. So again, got to be so careful with it as you get towards the end of this race, because otherwise you will get a very hefty penalty. You might as well just, even if you're not actually taking on any fuel or tyres, you might as well just stay stationary for the second in the pit stop and avoid having to come down pit lane all over again.
Yeah, it's such a pain. It is such a pain to be able to do that in an active race when everything that you've been doing so far is about building momentum and trying to do saving and managing that with pace, and then all of a sudden race control is giving a penalty and you've got to come in for such a long time. It is not good news for the Nürburgring Esports or the Scherer Esports Cup car. Well, interestingly enough, neither of them were in a proper big battle for the win per se, or even the podium places, so it's not changing the grand scheme of the race result, but nonetheless a stark reminder for all the teams that this is not something that you can do in the next round as well. I'm sure these regulations and rules will be properly baked into their minds, as we have 2 back-to-back races in 2 back-to-back weeks. Must be such an exciting time for these teams and drivers, I suppose, when most of their driving work is just happening at the Nürburgring, as we see pit stops for Frozen Speed Grid and Go and Sprillis Racing still all together, still not letting go of each other in spite of being with each other for the longest time since the last couple of stints. Now 23 minutes, full push. Let's see which one comes out on top.
Yeah, indeed. As Luca Alpert continues to lead out front for EMM Esports, though he's still yet to make his final pit stop of the day. Same for Elliot Veyron. But yeah, I've always wondered about that, really, about how these guys practice for this, because, you know, in seasons gone past, we've had 5 races here at the Nürburgring over the winter, and, you know, longer races as well, you know, 3.5, 4-hour races indeed in the past for this championship.
Yeah.
But I do wonder how you practice, though, because you're driving at the same circuit again. I mean, surely they do a bit of practice, but it's not like completely learning it. It's, first of all, not like a series that goes every week for, you know, 12 weeks or whatever, like you do sometimes see in our racing, following the official schedule or whatever, going to a new circuit every time, having to relearn in the week and everything. But not only that, you are going to the same circuit every time. So I do wonder if it takes a little bit less practice than normal, or if they're absolutely on it as normal. I'd guess they're probably practicing just as much as normal, because they're trying to get every last tenth out of these cars at every opportunity.
Yeah, how often can you drive at the Nürburgring? Like, how often do you just want to go practicing, trying to shave out 10 after the 10? And you're not even chasing absolute lap time at times. Sometimes you're just chasing spare capacity, because so much is happening in these Nürburgring Endurance Series races that you want to be able to put in a good lap time consistently with a lower brain capacity to be able to focus on other things like traffic and managing fuel and working on strategy and other sorts of cool things. So it's very interesting. I think driving at the Nürburgring is such a unique challenge, and no amount of practice laps can really truly prepare you for a race like this, where something or the other can just keep on coming at you. Like, today's been very quiet, but on a normal day at the Nordschleife, you often see a lot of contact with lap cars like we did in the last round.
Yeah, we just haven't really had that sort of drama here today, as Felix Kronbach comes into the pit lane, as does Lewis Woods now from the front of this race. There are 3 laps to go as they come in now, so 2 flying laps and 1 out lap to go. Still in this race. And that means everybody else is going to have to sort of figure out around them how long they've got left. Tim Yarshall and Anton Zemic are included within that in these BMWs for SP10. But Simorsi are dominating in SP10 at the moment. This class and this race has been settled in the opening lap, unfortunately for them, because Williams F1 Team Gaming, although they didn't actually qualify very well, they had that incident on the opening lap where they spun out of turn number 4, and unfortunately that is really, I think, what's settled this race, really, because they just haven't had the time to really recover here, and it's going to lose them a lot of time in the championship. Simorsi only have to get a podium next week's race to actually win this season, and you'd get a feeling based on what we've seen today and so far this season that they can do that.
In the meantime, slipstreaming at the Dottinger Höhe. Battle goes on. Falcon Sim Racing being chased all along by Lion GP. This is the fight for second place in your SP10 category. Barely anything to separate them. This is a battle I really want to watch. In the meantime, we've also been tracking what's happening to Williams Esports, Williams F1 Team Gaming now, of course. And no real progress there too, even. I think we were right in that front that they have reached a bit of their ceiling. But at least we have this battle to keep us entertained for the final few minutes in the SP10 class.
Well, hopefully. And in M2, there are still things going on as well. Benari Racing back in front of Smiley Esports Green, so they're back to third now. Oh, wide though, just in the grass briefly. Able to keep it on the road though and get away with that. Smiley Esports Green close in as a result. But so often through there, if you're going wide through that first part there, that first left-hander at Metzgersfeld, you can very easily go straight on and straight into the wall at the next turn. But so far in this race, we just haven't seen that. Every single one of the 52 cars that started this race is still in the race, and that is just remarkable, a brilliant thing to see. A show there of just how skilled these drivers are. I mean, even getting close to going off the road and having a pretty big accident, they were able to pull it back in time and get away with that, and they continue on in third place. A battle for a podium this, don't forget.
Yeah, stakes are high. They've been building their entire race up towards a moment like this. There's no chance you can let it go that easily, especially when we're at the last 20 minutes. Villa Esports Green, Ben Gallard, we've been constantly saying, when will he pass? When will he push on? When will he give that something a little bit extra? Or the bigger question now is, does he have that something extra too? Because he's been chasing and looking at the back of that M2 car of Benari Racing for the longest time now. Where will those opportunities come around? Dottinger Höhe has to be the best place. Or perhaps maybe use a faster car and use that to your advantage. But something has to change if Smiller Esports Green have to find their way on the podium with 17 minutes to go.
They may well have to wait for the final lap here of this race. They may want to be in second place going on to the final lap of this race. Let's see, there's another stop and hold of 4 seconds, this time for 909. Adore Esports. They've been having a good race actually, but Gregory Hodgson, he's going to have to give up 6th position here as he's been given a stop and hold penalty. That will drop him to 7th at the end of this. Sean Terre's lost quite a lot of time through this final pit stop of the day, unfortunately. And so 9th place for them now, over 2 minutes off Luca Alpert, although Alpert hasn't made his final stop. So one to watch there. This is for 6th place meantime. Wolf Motorsport and Thomas Enger Sim Racing fighting it out right now as well in the M2 category. So again, these guys probably are signing themselves up for the end of the race now. So far, this early stage of the race has been about strategy and saving fuel and all that kind of thing. But the latest part about sizing yourself up for the final lap of this race. Where do you want to be? Do you want to be leading the other car coming onto the Dottinger Höhe for the last time, or do you want to be the car behind making that pass on the run up towards the line? I have a feeling we're going to see a few runs up towards the line like that.
Oh, I want those. I want those. We saw such a close finish in the SP9 category at the first round of the series as well. Quick splash and dash, I would imagine, for the number 918 Coanda in the Cup Championship there. Very interesting. They will cycle back down behind Sprillis Racing, as has been the case. So the top 3 will still be EMM, Frozen Speed and Sprillis Racing as it stands. Sprillis have been a big surprise though, to see an AM team qualify in the front row of the grid, and on top of that, barely make mistakes, consistently be up there. fight with the team that was trying to double team them. That was the EMM esports team. At a time, remember, we had the EMM 905 followed by the 914 and then the Smillis car. And there were occasions where Smillis were leading and both the EMM cars drafted them to be able to get ahead. We've seen that sort of stuff in this race too. But even then, this AM team with their full spirit have been fighting on and with absolute heart have found a way to be in third place, which you never know in the last 15 minutes if they keep on piling up the pressure could also materialize into a second place. It by far and away has to be one of the standout results of this championship and one that should be commemorated for sure.
Yeah, certainly. They even think and dream about second. Can they possibly? Well, they're on the final stint of the race now. Everybody around them has made a stop. Elliot Veyron's 2.5 seconds behind them as well, so they're in an awkward situation now. Tastel and Matchka have to work together, I think, for the next 2 laps, while they are trying to distance, and it will be indeed actually 2 laps when they get to the line, because Quirmack's about to get 2 laps, and these guys have got 3 laps, including this one. So for the next couple of laps, they've got to work together here. They can't fight, in my opinion, because that will allow Veyron into the fight, and then when you've got 3 involved, it all gets complicated. But for now, when there's 2 of them on the last lap, you know, that's when it's in a much better scenario for everybody. So let's see what they do here. Do they work together here and try and make sure that Veyron stays away as Quirmack takes 2 laps to go at the front? Or are they going to fight and invite Veyron into the fight for a three-way fight for second position? I wonder. Hopefully you'd expect those 2 to be experienced enough to know what to do in that scenario.
Yeah, they will put on a show for all of us. That's what they will do. That's what we've been waiting for. Something to spark it up. 13 minutes to go. You still get a feeling that the pressure is boiling up, and these drivers are just waiting for 1 or 2 of those opportunities. It's not a case of confidence, like competence rather. It's you cannot be behind a car for 2 hours and not have that something extra. You're clearly waiting for something. You're clearly waiting for the right time to be able to pull out a surprise. And it just keeps on going lap after lap after lap. Similar in this case as well, where Falcon Sim Racing have consistently kept LionGPFenster.com at bay. And LionGP, I'll be honest, I haven't seen much of them in this race so far. We mostly saw Sim RC and then the Williams team and their comeback. But then in the last hour or so, they have been tagging along with Falcon Sim Racing and been putting up such a good duel for us to follow. With very clean driving, barely any tapping, and they've been going through lap traffic as well. Now getting closer on the approach towards the corners, but you can't make it overtake that. Nearly bumping into the back of the Falcon Sim Racing car. Things are getting exciting.
They certainly are, and I agree. It's been a good performance from LionGP. I've seen a bit more of them, but you know, I don't think I've seen too many performances where they're sticking with the teams they are at the moment at the front of SP10. This is a great performance indeed from LionGP. So we ride on board, coming on to the Dottinger again. They're about to see 2 laps to go as well here. We ride with Anton Zermisch, Tim Yarshall just in front of them. They've got about half a minute each side of them, by the way. A long way to the leader and quite a long way to Williams, who are in 3rd at the moment. So here comes Zermisch. Does he want to be trailing here or not as he comes up towards the pitch uphill now, where he has a bit more of a slipstream? And no, he doesn't go for it. So maybe he wants to sit here for the next few laps and, well, that's 2 laps indeed, and then on that last lap try and come through.
It's all about the last lap. You don't want to be leading any other lap apart from the last lap. That's the only one that counts. All the other statistics can simply vanish and fade away if you are not winning the race and if you're not leading that final lap. Similar case here as well. They've been constantly at each other. It's just like these folks. Once more, Frozen Speed Grid and Go. By the way, kudos to them. Like, we have seen them race for the last 2 hours 50 minutes. I do not recollect a single error, or we have not seen the car go wide or like bump into any other lap car. These are proper experienced professionals, and they're just so at one with themselves, not making any silly errors, not doing something over the top that could force them to lose a lot of time. Just consistent Nürburgring driving, and it sets a benchmark. It sets such a big benchmark for everyone else to follow, that this is how racing is done. And you can chase along without doing anything silly.
Yeah, indeed. It's been great across the board from everybody today. Still all 52 in the field. Only the Wave team really of SP10 have had trouble here today. Extensive sort of trouble. And that's a shame for them. But yeah, across the board, it's been very, very good. In terms of the other rounds of this season, by the way, we had over 50 protests from the from the previous race, and over 60 from the first round of the season back in November. Today, we've only just reached 30, and there's nothing else at the moment being investigated by race control. That is very, very, very good news indeed. As this battle for second in SP10 goes on to the Nordschleife again. Some more traffic as the Nürburgring Esports Aston Martin goes past them. Nürburgring Esports are currently in 8th and 9th position, and they might be disappointed not to have both cars in the top 8 now. But Constant Sharp hasn't a meatball in this race, and so it's pretty impressive that he is even still in at all. We go back to M2 again. Night Racing versus Similar Esports Green, still for 3rd position. Another one of those that we're waiting for the run to the line for, basically, here.
Waiting. Will there be any other variable in the mix? Can it be traffic? Can it be something else? Can it be an extraordinary slipstream that they figure out? Or is there bigger drama brewing for all of us in the final few minutes? That's what it's all about. If we have a lot of drama in the last few minutes, it just makes everything better. And while this race has been a bit of a slow burn at times, and a lot of times we've just wondered how the strategy is going to play off, it has left us with a few battles with cars nose to tail at each other. And the one thing we know for sure is that at the Nürburgring Nordschleife, it is possible to have a photo finish. This circuit rewards you for that. And the final run from Göttingen-Höhe, it will be memorable to see how these cars navigate that on the final lap, being so close to each other after such a long time. I get a feeling their hands might be shaking, like they might get antsy that they've waited so long for this very moment. It's almost like they've got to work double hard to keep themselves calm after waiting for it for such a long time.
It is unusual to have such tension and sort of anticipation for which you can do nothing about until it arrives. That is certainly unusual in one of these. It's all going to come down to that. And, I think that there's so much he can do now. There's so much that's been experimented with as far as a run to the line here is concerned between two drivers, as we're about to see in a lot of these categories. Actually, there's two driver groups all over the place, and none of them for a class victory anywhere, but some really advanced positions. And Smillis Racing could have a second place finish, which would just be remarkable, and there's plenty of others as well. But there's so much you can do now from as a leader in the group that actually I do wonder the merits of staying behind like this for so long and waiting to be second, because yes, in a straight fight, if everybody drives normally, then the second driver in the group is always going to pass, probably 80 odd times out of 100, 85 times out of 100. However, the leading driver can do so much now to weave around, to go wide through the final turn and let the other guy pass you early so you can get back in the slipstream, come back past them again. There's so much that can happen here that I must admit I'm a little bit surprised there's just no attempts to pass before the last lap, and they're leaving it all to that very end where they don't get time to really test out anything.
Yeah, exactly. It's very intriguing. Like I would have imagined they would have given some try, something or the other, or some push, or just something to see where the other car is very comfortable and where they end up losing their composure. An attempt like that, just give it a go. Like there's not much happening, but there's also maybe a fear in that maybe if you do end up trying something risky and something does go wrong, it's just so hard in these cars to be able to catch up and be able to do something without any drafting. Now maybe there is a time for some overtaking and some swapping around in the SP10 category. This battle is getting more exciting. Falkensim Racing versus Line GP Fenster, fighting consistently for the last hour and a half. It's just that waiting game. We're waiting for the clock to strike 0 and then the final lap, where we know for certain these drivers will unleash another gear. It is tradition, it is history, it is just the way racing is done at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Last lap, it is bound to be the most exciting one.
There's always something on the final lap of the race, that is for sure. Battle for second is in SV10 indeed is going to be one of those, as it will be in the Porsche Cup category. As I mentioned before, as long as EMM Esports go on to win the race in that class, then they will be champions. The M2 category, that is the same. This battle won't affect anything in the SP10 Championship, where Simos C know that they will only have to finish on the podium of next week's race to be champions, but in SP9 it is going to be a very exciting fight as BS Competition and Falcon Sim Racing fight it out for the victory. They are more than half a minute over the rest of the field here. Whoever finishes ahead of the other, as long as they're both in the top 8, will win the title in 1 week's time. That is a fascinating prospect. And of course, BS Competition are going for yet another title. They successfully defended their title last year. They've got the #1 on their car again, and they look like they're on their way to winning again here. Well, winning a race anyway. Luca Alpert and Rafa Renhofer are the reigning champions as drivers of this category. They're on their way for doing it for their new team, EMM Esports, here in 25-26, and they're going to do it just as comfortably as they did last season as well.
What a drive it's been from the EMM Esports team. If not with one car, then the other one. This was not meant to be a 15-second gap to Smithers Racing. It was far, far lower, around 6 or 7. But Luca Alpert has been piling in the laps and reminding us why he is such an acclaimed driver. EMM combined, I think, for me, they've been the positive surprise of this race. We knew they were good, but like this good to be consistently out there and open a 15-second gap, it needs some proper consistency to make things happen. And for BS Competition, a comeback drive like no other. Nobody's been on their level today, it's fair to say.
And out, side by side. I said earlier, I was surprised that these two were waiting so long. Well, they're not anymore. Anton Zimmerich tries to go through, but the Mustang's giving the slipstream back to Tim Yarshall, who in the Falcon Sim Racing BMW is going to retain second. Now, there won't be a helpful Mustang there next lap for Yarshall as they get onto the final lap here, but that was interesting there, that Yarshall was given the assistance on the straight. And that's something you don't think about when you're waiting in behind for ages as well. What if there's a SP9 who's just passed us here and gives slipstream to the guy in front of you? That would make it very, very difficult to overtake. And well, there's another layer to add into this impending battle in the SP10 category.
So many variables, so many things that can come in the way and change the shape of the way this race plays out towards the very end. Still not over and done yet, still all to fight for in this class. And now we're just waiting. How can Smithers Racing keep this position ahead? They have now finally made that overtake, gotten the better of closest speed by Grid. I think the better half of over an hour was spent behind that green Porsche, watching its tail, observing its every move. Tim Matzke picking the right moment, not going for the final lap, and it's fair to say the race is on now. I don't think Frozen Speed by Gringo will be satisfied or be okay just sitting behind. It's almost like you can see the intensity ramp up. And here we see the Coanda 918 sliding around.
I know, very nice. But a slow-mo as Elliot Veyron tries to catch up to the battle for second here. He's only 4 seconds behind, but he's been around that distance for a while, and I think he's going to run out of time here. As we see the slow-mo here. I'm not sure which highlighting, maybe just the slide. There's the gap, by the way. There are the two just going round through the trees there. Here at the Nürburgring. Ah, there we go. It's the slide we're having a look at. Pretty far out sideways.
So cool.
I mean, he's pushing hard, isn't he? There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, that is amazing. On a direct drive wheel, that might be a tricky thing to handle. Must nearly snap the arm. Well, more battling. Dotting a her. We see position swapped around over there. They go back and forth in the cup category. Once more, we see Frozen Speed go return to P2, but Smithers Racing will not let this go that easily. The AM team have fought with heart and soul in this one and have to settle behind as we come to the final lap. There'll be one more lap for these two to duke it out and settle which team gets into second place in the cup category. So one more major opportunity, one more run down the Nottingham Her for Smithers Racing to get second place on their AM category day. Frozen Speed have a big lap and a big responsibility for their entire team to be able to hold on.
Indeed. So they're back in front to second, going on to the last lap. So, now I, understand it a little bit more. It seems that what they've been doing here, although with the exception, to be fair, in SP10, where Anton Zermish has actually lost a lot of time in the last couple of moments, that battle is going to be well, it's not going to happen for us on the last lap here, but this one will do. And it seems that what they've effectively been doing is just filling each other out right until the very end of the race. Penultimate lap, have a go, let's see what's going on. And then final lap, they're going to properly go for it. And for third, it looks like it's on here in SB9. Malte Jansen's been into contact somewhere. We mentioned it's been a clean race, but there's clearly been contact somewhere for this car. Bautas Palla has caught up last time round. Palla caught up by 10 seconds. Katja Schube is only 3 seconds behind them as well. Maybe a late change on the podium here in SB9.
This is the spark that we were all waiting for. Clearly, something's gone wrong for HRT Esports by Coanda. Malte Jansen had a stable gap ahead of Sheza Esport, who were the big mystery behind why they dropped off outside of the top 3 in this race, in spite of doing very well in the first stint. Now they have an opportunity, a slight aerodynamic advantage in comparison to the HRT Esports by Coanda team. 0.4 of a second is a solid gap to be within on the final lap of the race, and it'll only just get better if you get a good run out of the Clydes Carousel towards the Nottingham Her. It is evident that that sort of a gap can be closed up and you can pass the other person using the insane slipstream.
But look at this on the right hand side of your screen. BS Competition are on their way to winning another Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken Series race, and with it they will get ever so close to a championship lead. They'll only be 1 point behind coming into the final race of the season. Coming up next week, it is going to be a barnstormer as Felix Kronbach comes into the final turns. The Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken Series third race of the 2025-26 season is going to be won by Felix Kronbach and BS Competition in the number 1 car. It's another brilliant performance from BS Competition in this series, and Kronbach gets their season back on track with a double race victory after finishing only 4th in the opening round of their championship defence. Malte Jansen is under big pressure here from Bautas Palla, who's got the straight line speed. Jansen's got front end damage on that Mustang, and Palla's just going to go right round the outside of him for Shezzy. Now, are Coanda going to have the chance maybe to get straight back through? Look at the damage on the front right. They can't even close in the slipstream at the moment. Shezzy getting to third in front of Coanda. And Bautas Palla has got them a podium with the very last lap of this race. Out of the final turn, Johansson's got the run. He's going to be side by side at the line here. It could be a photo finish between them. Bautas Palla is just about going to survive. 700ths of a second in the end. Johansson misses out on a podium for the pole sitters.
Man, it got so close. It was simmering until the very end. We told you so. We told you it could be a matter of a few really close finishes on the final lap. Meanwhile, we have a champion to crown in the M2 category. A comeback drive like no other. BS Competition winning and taking the title home.
Wow. BS Competition dominating in the M2s. Smiley Sports Green just about get home with that podium, by the way, ahead of Venari Racing. We were building up to that for some time. But despite spinning on the opening lap of the race, BS Competition win again. They have won 3 in a row now in the M2 category. And by the way, as a team, They've won 2 of the classes for 2 races in a row now as well. And as long as EMM Esports here in the Porsche Cup class get to the end of this lap in the lead, they will be crowned champions with a round to go as well.
Behind them, Smillis Racing looking for that one opportunity. There's a lap car in the middle that will definitely not help their case out. They're as far back as they have been over the last 2 hours. And this is tough times for Smillis Racing, who got past Frozen Speed by Grid & Go just a couple of laps ago, only to be passed back again. Maybe that's why they were not attempting for the moves, because once you get past, they can be passed again very quickly. And some teams just feel like passing their opponents on the last lap is the smartest idea. Nonetheless, Willis will get that chance with the other half of the circuit left to go before they can do some attacking and before they can fight each other.
Well, this is going to be a while before these two get back to the line, and indeed there's not many points available for this, but look at this. Shara Esport Cup 2 trying to regain some of the places on the Avia WNS e-motorsport car around the outside for number 920. And they stay in front through Metzgersfeld. As I mentioned, they've probably got 5 minutes to go, these two. They cross the line, not that far in front of Felix Kruenbach, the race winner in the end. They will get to the end, though, with a battle still to play for. John Erlin in the Sim RC BMW, very experienced GT4 SP10 driver, is about to take Sim RC home to another victory here, and with Williams finishing down in 4th, Sim RC only need a podium next week and they will be crowned champions. It's going to be hard for them, of course, as all these races are on the DNLS, but they've taken one step closer to the SP10 title here of Sim RC. It is John Erlin who flashes the lights, weaves across the line. He knows this is a big step forward to a potential championship in 1 week's time.
Falcon Sim Racing have put in some solid results so far this year. Now it's time to just consolidate and move further forward. Second place in SP10 will be a world of good for them. So 2 podiums in a row now for this team. Tim Yarshall coming across the line to get that for Falcon Sim Racing. Lion GP come across the line as well. 3 hours of hardcore racing for them. And finally, further behind than Falcon, but nonetheless a podium for them. And the comeback is complete for Williams F1 Team Gaming. Had a torrid start, and on the very first lap were almost last in their class. Took a while, but then they got themselves back up in the top 4 and they finished there with a phenomenal result.
And here's Luca Alpert. As a driver, he's going to go on to take back-to-back Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring titles. Along with Raphael Renhofer, they were part of the Shara Esports setup last year. It's a different team, same result though, for Alpert and Renhofer. Into the final turns for Luca Alpert now. And EMM Esports, with 3 race victories out of 3, are going to take the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken Series title with a round to spare as well. They weave over the line, and Luca Alpert has done it again. Another race victory, another title, and dominant fashion again as well. Frozen Speed by Grid & Go are going to get to 2nd in the end. Smillis Racing couldn't get near them in the end, but they will get a 3rd place finish as an AM team. In just one day, they will gain 6 points over Carlisle Esports as they got up themselves to 7th. And that will put them 5 points in front going into the final round of the championship in the AM category. But Alpert and Renhofer know they can celebrate a title tonight and have the chance to do the clean sweep in 1 week's time.
What a performance it's been. So smooth, so good for them, for EMM Motorsport. EMM Esports come across and have such a solid result winning this race. It could have been 1-2 as well. Nonetheless, they will take what they get, and that is full marks for them today. Dirty Sports, they've had a good race as well. They were in the leading positions for a little while thanks to their alternate strategy, but will come across the finish line to finish in P6, taking home a decent heap of points and moving forward towards the NLS for the final round of this championship.
Here come the final battles in the Porsche Cup class. Henrik Augustin finishing in 7th. There you go. So he secures 2 points, but Smillis have just secured 8. She's going to flip the championship there. Now in the background, is that battle for the lower end? Yeah, it's Max Noth and Jonas Hansel, who are quite close. That's not there in the background, that's Luca Noduk for Scherer, who finishes 9th, but about 45 seconds behind them. The battle in this category continues on. Indeed, Endurcore Racing will get to the line next. Storm Gerstrom actually does not finish ahead of all of the, or many indeed, of the Porsches. Here comes Max Noth trying to retake that 10th again. And down the inside he goes, he does get it. That's an impressive pass at the end. He would have eventually let the Sherikov through initially and had to come back through on him again. He manages it though, down the inside, and he gets into 10th position. That was rather impressive from Max Noth actually. And he manages to finish in 10th place. So we did get our run to the line in the end anyway.
We did. Oh, good day. Good day. So many good finishes on the final lap. It's been a fun day of racing so far that way. Fun to see some really clean driving, and these guys had the ability to step it up all along. They were just waiting for the right moment.
Yeah. They certainly were. And BS Competition take the victory. 13 seconds in the end in front of Falcon Sim Racing, with Chesy Esport just about holding off in the end, getting past Janssen, of course, for HRT Esports by Coanda at the end there. Marlow Racing Team were just inside 1 minute of the win there in 5th, with SimRC 6th. Manfilter Team by WWR spun on the opening lap, but recovered to 7th. A great drive from Peel and Hoffman, with Nürburgring Esports rounding off the top 8. After a meatball flag, of course, at one stage in that race. Their teammates finished 9th in front of the Lion GP car, rounding out the top 10. Similia Esports were 11th in front of Stint1 Keres Motorsport, who were the biggest movers forward in SB9. Scherer Esport, unfortunately, the biggest movers backwards. They finished 13th in the end, with German Sim Racing, Next Level Racing Esports, Eifelkhan Esports, and Endurcore Racing rounding out the 17 SB9s in the field. It was dominant from BS Competition, Simo, but what a scenario we have in the final round next week.
We do indeed. We've already crowned a couple of champions. Time to find a couple more. And I am so excited personally for SB9. Oh, they're two really top teams. SimRC, my apologies. It's going to be BS Competition and Falcon Sim Racing. Man, my head was over there, the SimRC category. But yeah, it's been so much fun to see these two teams. And we saw an extended battle with both of them today, trying to stay on with each other. The last round is going to be even fun, where they're fighting for a title.
It's going to be a lot of fun, that final round, that is for sure. In the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring, it's EMM Esports who secure a title with a victory. 17 seconds in front of Frozen Speed by Grinigo, who are second again for the second round in a row. Similius Racing round off in the AM class in third. They're in front of Coanda Esports, though not by much in the end. EMM Esports and Door Esports next to Carlar Esports, who are now behind in the championship and chasing Similis Esports. They lose 6 points today, and they require a top 5 finish next week at least to secure the title and get it back off Similius Racing. Coanda Esports round out the 8 there, with Scherer Esport also on the lead lap, as were Avia WNSE Motorsport. As we saw, a great battle to the line with them, and Scherer Esport, photo set by WMS, were lapped, as were Team Nitro and GHD Motorsport. Not many Porsches getting lapped these days in the in this category. And Pole Promotion Esports never started this race for whatever reason, down in 15th position. You'll be pleased to see that everybody we get through here will indeed end this race. And indeed, those who are a long way down the field will have just not started the race from earlier on here this afternoon. In the SB10 category, SimRC take the victory by nearly 30 seconds in front of Falcon Sim Racing. Line GP battled with them to the line, of course, but dropped away on the last lap. Williams recovered to 4th after spinning on the opening lap. Eiffel Racing 5th in front of M&J Downforce, Nürburgring Esports and AC Oberhausen in the top 8, and then SRC Commerce Esports, pretty much the only team, one of the only teams anyway, to get a penalty for that race in SB10. They finished down in 9th. SimRC know next week they need a podium, and that is it. And looking at the gaps back to those off the podium, I know they won, but even so, you'd expect them to be able to do that, considering they've not finished lower than second all season so far.
No, it could be a simple affair. going into the final round. The big blow being Williams F1 Team Gaming having a tough race this weekend. I think that complicates matters big time for them in the SP10 category. For SimRC, it's all just what you've been doing so far. Carry on consistently. Don't get punted by anyone, and you could well be champions just 1 week from today.
Absolutely. Makes it sound very, very simple, but for them, it may well be. Waved were, of course, one lap down as well, of course, and TSR Racing never started the race either in SB10, again, for whatever reason. 52 cars eventually got themselves to the start of the race here today. And in the M2 class, it's PS Competition who win, and therefore they win the title as well. 3 out of 3 for them, with Sierra Esport in second. Half a minute back in the end for Smiley Esports Green, who just about held off Venere Racing. And Duraco Racing round out the top 5 with Wolf Motorsport, Thomas Engerson Racing, and Smiley Esports Red rounding off those in the points. Adopt Don't Shop finishing 9th ahead of Nürburgring Esports and Race Lounge 77. What are your overall thoughts then, Sumal, on this race? One more to go. I'm excited for the battle at the front of the field in the championship, that's for sure. But there's a lot to look forward to. The final 3-hour race coming up next weekend.
Yep. It was a fun day. Lots of strategy, lots of waiting, but a very, very good ending with these battles that we saw. And a day where really solid race starts were rewarded. That's also going to be the trend the next time out as well. Get a good getaway, put yourself in a clean situation, and then it's just building from there. And also one more big learning. Like PS Competition and Williams showed us, having a bad start does not mean the end of the world. Comebacks can be done because races are so long at the Nürburgring Endurance Series. One more round to go. Few more champions to crown. Should be a really good time this time next week.
Absolutely, it should be. Make sure you join us again, same time, same place on Saturday for that final race of the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken Series for season 2025-26. It's another 3-hour race for race number 4, and we'll be live same time, same place here with the English stream for that one. Very much looking forward to it. In 7 days' time. To remind you, in SB9, PS Competition, having won here this afternoon, have gotten this championship lead of Falcon Sim Racing down to just a single point. If they're both in the top 8, it's winner takes all, or indeed, who indeed finishes ahead of the other. A big thanks to everyone who's been tuned in here this afternoon. I've been Uniliri alongside Sumal Aurora, and a big thanks to all the team behind the scenes putting the pictures together of this broadcast here this afternoon. We'll be back in 7 days' time with the final race of the season, and I hope you can join us then. But from all of us from the Nürburgring, it's goodbye for now.